Rain. let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find distance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. You feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're rise. Even when I'm gone, let's circle high from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars. And we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick!
What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who needs a map?
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get it out.
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Days to come, will you be another? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from
everybody, to the LEC Spring 2025 playoffs. There are 3 weekends between now and when we crown our spring champions, and the first one, it's a banger. It absolutely is. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Naimira and Dagda. And let's immediately pull off the bracket, because I feel like for this weekend specifically, and the stakes attached to it, if people don't know, whoever wins on Monday goes to MSI and also books their ticket to the spring finals. That is insane.
So we've just had an incredibly entertaining regular split. To start off our playoffs with this, it actually just doesn't get better.
No. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And the fact that, like, the rivalries are already here. Like, we get to kick it off with Fnatic G2, KCM Koi. Like, this is such a sick way to start the weekend as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really cool that we get these two matchups, you know, G2 and Fnatic, who had always staked their claim as being the best rivalry, but now KC is giving them a run for their money versus MKoi as well. And I don't know, it's just a super exciting weekend, also knowing that we're moving into best of 5 Fearless, finally, because come on. Okay, I don't want to talk bad about the best of threes like behind their back, but this is the real deal.
But it's either like the drafts are either going to be fantastic by game 5, or we're going to hate our lives.
Yeah,
something will be cooked. Whether it smells of smoke, we will discover that.
Yeah, do we have trust in our teams actually?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we do.
Loosely.
Still proven guilty.
Yes, and just so people know, KC, as they locked in first seed, they were able to pick their opponent, and they actually elected to play versus MKoi. And regardless of what reasons are behind that, I'm really happy. I think this is one of our new gen rivalries that I'm really, really happy to see, where MKoi kind of, they're looking at KC as, oh, we also want to be at that point. We want to be in a position where we can win finals again.
And the thing about this rivalry, which is equally interesting to me, is actually, you know, you see all these things. Are these teams still keeping up in that, keeping that rivalry alive? Because sometimes we've seen eras where G2 are like, oh, is it really a rivalry versus Fnatic? We've been through that now, and I think Fnatic may be on the other side of the coin of that. And now, of course, with KCM Koi, maybe there's a bit of a difference in era there too.
The more rivalries, the better. But as said already, this isn't just our very first playoffs weekend. It's also incredibly special if you manage to win on Monday, meaning winning your first best of 5, be it today or tomorrow, and then the best 5, then you actually go to MSI, because 2 seeds go, and you would already be in the spring final. And so we have it, we called it a golden ticket. If you see, there's something behind your couch.
Oh.
If you want to show the audience.
Oh my God. I've not seen that. Are you kidding me? We have a golden ticket.
We actually do. It's
Why didn't you show me this in rehearsals?
For this.
Are you kidding? Awesome. This is all I've ever wanted.
But, well, it's not for you. It's for one of our 4 teams. So we also dubbed this mini tournament that we have for a golden ticket kind of proving grounds. Not the NA version this time. It is about all these teams proving something. Dagda, can you run us through it? Because every single team has so much at stake.
Yeah, I think it, like, whichever way you want to start it, like, I'll go with Fnatic because they're first over there. But I think for them, it's really proving that they can finally lift a title. Like, 2018 summer was the last time that they were able to do it. It's been such a long time. And for players like Upset and Razork that still have never been decorated, I think it means a lot for them to try and pick up that first crown. And even then, looking at someone like G2, who they're going up against later today, it is so important for these guys because it's proving they can still get back to the top.
Yeah.
I was too busy looking at the
I know you love it. It's so beautiful. I think let's go on to MKoi as well. Yeah. And for MKoi, I really think like a lot of people might not give them the credit they deserve for the improvements that they've made, because they're such heavy hitters, because there's the KC story, the G2, the Fnatic. But to me, they have some of the most improved, like in JoJo, the most improved player for me maybe of the entire split. And you see that they really want to get to that next level.
And I think of all of their matches versus the top teams, they gave a good shout versus every single team that I would consider to be a contender for this split. The fact that they're in there taking games, taking series is awesome. The fact that they managed to do it in an arena series as well, even better. I think for those who are thinking, oh, well, you know, there are the teams which have won the titles before, we expect more from that. You have to pay attention to this team.
And I think it's for the players themselves proving they're at the top as well. Because for me, this is like the lifeblood of the new era of the LEC. Like, you're looking at Alvaro, Supa, Miran now starting to enter into the top of the top laners. And I think it's been sick to see that improvement as time goes on. And as you say, like, for me, it's been the most improved. But it's now showing and proving that they belong in that top area.
Yeah, I agree there. And for KC, it is about proving they can win back-to-back. But Yike said it also in the video that we're going to see again later. Again, he wants to be the one that starts that era. He kind of stopped G2's era, but it was not, I mean, he got kicked, but then he stopped it anyway.
It's crazy because he now holds that record for like 7 titles in a row, the most of any player in the LEC. And like, obviously G2 gutting to take that away from him, but it's so cool to see also a newer player in the LEC now being the one to hold that title.
Yeah, and I think particularly for Yike, it's proving that it wasn't just a G2 thing. He was a huge part of that.
Yeah.
So many players buy into that too, Casey. They want to show they're a step above.
Yeah, and it seems like that byline goes for another team as well, because Mickey is, of course, now on Fnatic, and it took them, they lost Caps, right? And then they had all the issues and weren't able to win the title again. Is this maybe the sign that they needed? The fact that Mickey is now swapped from G2 into Fnatic, also some of their coaching staff. But how do we feel about them going into these playoffs?
Well, typically for Fnatic, to give the comparison, typically I think when they hit playoffs, I have that slight worry about Fnatic. Is something going to go wrong after a very good regular split? Well, now you have the Duffman effect, which we love talking about here, and Mickey as well. I think the mental factor has to be something which I see more in their favor now than before.
I think they're traitors and betrayers, a lot of them. They should be taken out. No, I think, like, realistically, I think it's been really cool because you can see how much of an identity Fnatic have gotten from Mickey, where it's, hey, we're going to have this kind of push in mid, but we want to send him out on his own. Like, he's going to start interacting the map, how he's been facilitating Razor. Like, he really has become such a big part of that identity. And I do think it's guys like Duffman who have come in and help the team understand what that role is and how Mickey can facilitate that. But I think for him, it's obviously, he wants to do what Yike has done, is step away from G2, and when he didn't find that success in the past when he moved to Excel, now trying to see if he can finally find that success out of the G2 house on Fnatic.
Yeah, it's hard to bounce back when you've been in that situation. I think on the other side of the coin, you also have Caps, and I think Nymera will be looking closely at him these playoffs.
Yes. I personally don't think he was a top 3 mid throughout the regular season, and while there are differing opinions on that, the fact that he is not definitively the best mid laner in the league and not definitively the best player in the league is a departure from what we know he can do.
Definitely is. And lucky us, Ginny is now sitting by with Caps and Mickey in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Thank you, Athia. Welcome, everyone, to the pre-game interview with G2 Caps and Fnatic Mickey. You know, you've been on Fnatic now for this year, and it's going pretty well. I thought it would be really fun to have both of you sit here, considering, you know, you used to be on Fnatic, now you're on G2, you used to be on G2, now you're on Fnatic. We have the Fnatic G2 rivalry. So heading into this game, Mickey, how are you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Usually this matchup is the most hype, for me especially, but just historically as well, Fnatic G2 always pretty hype matchup. So yeah, that's the one I was looking forward to the most. And it's a best of 5 as well, so that's even more fun than just, you know, 1 or 2 games. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Usually it goes the way of G2. Are you feeling confident today, Caps?
Yeah, I mean, definitely very confident. I believe I never lost the best of 5 against Mickey, so...
Really?
I think so. Maybe I made it up right now.
Probably.
Maybe we played 1 best of 5. I only remember the Vayne game, of course, the Vayne instant, where he went for a bad engage on me. So probably gonna look to bait you again today.
I guess so.
It looks like it's going to be fun. I mean, you know, Fnatic G2 throwing some gold leads here, you know, some coin flips there, base races. I think a lot of people are excited and hyped about this match. And I think if we're maybe being like very blunt, Fnatic is in a very good spot to be able to finally take the win. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say we're in a good spot. Has to do as well with the competition being a bit worse.
Oh,
but
you're just gonna let him say that?
It's definitely.
I mean, he can say what he wants. Of course, it's a new patch for us. We're like not entirely undefeated on the patch, but pretty much undefeated. so I would be very surprised if we even drop a game today.
I would say that for winter playoffs, you were just lucky there wasn't a best of 5. Otherwise, you would have got reverse swept. Just saying.
So you're saying we're going to be 2-0 today?
Yeah, and then you got a reverse swept.
All right.
Does it being fearless make it even more exciting?
Yeah, I think so.
I would say as well. I agree. It makes it.
Can we then? I know you guys don't want to leak too much out of the game, obviously, but could we potentially expect something a little more exciting from G2 this time around when it comes to the drafts?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we have been cooking up some strategies.
Some Gragas.
Maybe some Gragas.
Of course, Gragas in Madrid, so in the last.
Of course, knowing Mickey as well, I know all of his cheese picks. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Drigo has been on it, looking through my solo queues and finding all the spicy picks I've been preparing. Never know what I'm gonna pull out in the given situation, but
I would say our prep is actually like close to perfect. So we have a pretty good read of what you guys will play like every game.
But it has to be perfect to beat us.
And
so
we already like prepared every draft. So I don't want to say it on broadcast, but I have a pretty good.
But you are on broadcast.
Yeah, I don't want to say which exact champions, but I have a pretty good idea of what he will actually play. Game 5 as well, and Game 4, like how the draft will look. and we've been like practicing it on repeat the whole weeks. So
fair enough. Because I don't even know. I'll just flip a coin and see what happens.
Does it being teammates in the past make this more personal, or just does it make it easier maybe because like you're in each other's heads, you know what you're gonna do?
Yeah, I guess a bit of both. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's also harder, I guess, because we're good. I think.
Yeah, okay, you think? Very confident.
Yeah, it's for sure more fun because there's some things that I would not go for against normal players, or like if I would not play with nameplates. But I remember especially like the puppy game, the first time I played against you, I flashed on your tower level 2 just because it was caps. And it was so bad, but it was like, yeah, for sure.
And for you, Caps?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it makes it very fun getting flashed on. Of course, I'm ready for it now. I've adapted. I've, as I said, very prepared coming into the series, expecting a confident victory.
All right. I am looking forward to it. I like the vibes you guys are going for right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck to both of you in the game. Aethia, back to you.
Thank you so much. That was such a fun interview. Oh my lord. It's like they're still on the same team, but they're not.
Yeah, it's nice to see Caps trying to get in Mickey's head, and Mickey's like, no, I know every trick in your book.
I know your tricks. Yeah, we'll see indeed. But Fnatic versus G2 on the horizon. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And as we get into Ginny.
It's KC Koi waiting room for playoffs.
What? That's tomorrow.
Yes, I know, but it's match of the week for a reason.
Okay, listen, come. You're new gen, but actually Fnatic G2 is pretty hyped. Come on,
Fnatic
take a walk. Fnatic G2, take a walk with me. Take a walk with me. So, I know KC Koi, I'm looking forward to it as well. It's an amazing new rivalry. But this one, you know, us who've been around for very, very long, we've liked this one too. You know, KC Koi is tomorrow, but G2 and Fnatic have played some of the most entertaining games ever. Literally, there's this one game in 2019, it was crazy. Then 2020 as well, backdoors, AK gold leads.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing changed, maybe, who knows? But yeah, they've always been so entertaining, and I know it's been a couple of years, but they deserve to be named as a cool rivalry as well.
So does that mean that they were like going back and forth with the titles? They were winning, they were losing?
Kind of, like once, but this is what happened, basically. Fnatic got this player called Caps. Yeah,
okay.
I know.
The
You've heard that name.
Yes.
And the way we were so excited for Kalist, that kind of also happened for Caps. We were so excited to see him play. He was a little bit toxic and solo queue, but
Slay.
We don't talk about that. Anyways, they win titles again. They're back. They're back, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah, they're back, yeah.
Yeah, G2 says, yoink. Yeah.
No way.
Yes, they grabbed Caps. They stole it from under Fnatic's noses, and then G2 just went on a tear. They kept winning until winter, of course, and a couple of Mad Lions victories. Yeah, here sorry, not on the graphic for some reason, but in winter, of course, KC won. And I think, Ginny, that's what makes this so exciting to me specifically, because when we're fighting for this trophy, KC is now standing there saying to everyone else, what are you going to do about it, right? But Fnatic and G2, they have a chip on their shoulder.
I would say specifically so for Fnatic then, because if you steal their mid laner, but now they stole your support and they're actually doing really well, that means that Fnatic, like, they have a chance, like 2018.
Maybe they're back.
It's almost like 10 years, because it's 2025, it's not that, but
it's not that long, okay?
No, it is, though.
So are you getting more excited about it?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay.
I understand where we're going with this.
I love
G2
that you brought up Mickey as well, and that's what it is. I think make the rivalry great again. Make G2 Fnatic great again. And yeah.
If anything, G2 might not be able to do it this time around.
Maybe, who knows? Everybody here is excited for Fnatic G2.
I'm excited
too. Finally excited for Fnatic G2. Let's get into the spring playoffs.
In the end, we still made it in top 4. I think that we've made some mistakes that we'll not make again in playoffs.
Casey look for the dive. This is the final layer of the Good Night chapter. KC are doing it once again.
We beat them in Madrid. I think maybe they have a mental block against us now, since they have been doing worse than expectations.
Fnatic in Madrid take down G2.
Me and Lavrov, since we joined G2, the pressure in our shoulders has been really strong. G2 basically won every split except one. And yeah, first split we already lost the final, which is like, should not be a good sign, right? We maybe need like that little sparkle to be the best duo in the league. And obviously like right now we are not, because we are not consistent enough.
We have won in this part of the bracket many times, only to lose in the end. So it's the time where we can actually win.
Broken Blade will flash in, but 2v1 just ain't fair. A counter-strike through. Kalist gets jumped on, cleansed immediately. Broken Blade!
Ulti back from Humanoid, breathing light into G2. Fnatic holding on, Gatling gun, pushing in, looking for a few more rockets. Dashes into the midst of the fight, but might just give his life. Hansama taken out, he can't get the auto down. Skumon burned!
I think we are stronger than them.
Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's a perfect predict! He's living in his head! Oh my god!
This playoffs will be a good chance to show to everyone that this choice that G2 took wasn't the wrong one.
This is my legacy.
And here we are for the start of Spring Playoffs 2025 as G2 and Fnatic make it their ways onto the stage. It is my pleasure to announce I'll be casting alongside Vedius and Finn today.
Welcome, Finn. Welcome.
Exciting. I'm so excited to be here for this series. Out of any series in the playoffs I get to cast G2 versus Fnatic, and that is just so exciting. I'm so hyped for this matchup. I think it's going to be a complete banger.
Yeah, because you've sat in the audience and watched so many G2 Fnatic series over the years, in finals, in arenas. It's been such a great experience for you, Finn.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to play in the... But the first thing you do is just...
Yeah, what were you expecting? I don't know what else...
Anyways, back to the game. As we see the players setting up on stage, looking at their monitors, very cute Mickey X. I think that is one of my players to watch. We saw it in the trailer, the flash predict onto Hansama. It's beautiful to see that he's in these players' head already, because he has obviously played with it for so long. Very exciting.
I mean, many recognize him as the best performing support in the league right now. We'll see if he can maintain that performance as he goes up against his former team. We had a fantastic interview from the players earlier, hearing about the excitement and the confidence as we jump into this best of 5 immediately. Yone taken away from the side of Fnatic.
And I think the first question that springs to many people's minds is, will G2 continue to ban Jace and Rumble in every single game? Here, Kai'Sa is their first ban, but we heard on Euphoria from Dylan, their priorities in draft are just a little different to other teams. They didn't want to prioritize the Rumble. They didn't want to prioritize the Jace. Has that changed coming into playoffs?
It's going to be a big question. We see the bot lane being the focus for now. Kai'Sa, an upset staple, going to be taken away from him, with Kalista, a Hansama staple, taken away as well. Means that we're leaning more towards things like the Ezreals. The Varus still going to be up there in terms of priority, but Taliyah still available. We see many junglers like the Pantheon, the Vi, the Xin Zhao, all very prevalent here on patch 25.10.
Yeah, obviously the Vi and the Xin Zhao got nerfed on the other patch, but in this patch they are still very, very strong, and I imagine these will be very highly contested. We saw Skumon on Xin Zhao in Paris versus KC completely pop off game 1, and for me that is one of the key picks that I'm looking at for them to secure early on this 1-2 rotation on red side.
So here we have the Taliyah and the Poppy removed by both the teams. Final ban, we're going to have either Jace or Rumble left up. We'll see where G2 decide to go. Obviously, leaving both of them up means that they'll definitely get one of them. We still have the Maokai, we still have Vi as two very powerful junglers as well.
Yeah, crucially, a lot of the junglers are being left up in this game 1. So we're probably going to see a nice trade to the power picks here. You can either choose to take the one you really like, or knowing you're going to get one of the strong junglers anyway, you can choose to put your priorities somewhere else.
Let's see it. Being the first lock-in for Fnatic means that G2 have the pick of the litter with a number of strong top laners. Jace is available, the Rumble is also up. Maokai has been something we've seen a decent amount from Skumon throughout the regular splits. So many very powerful picks still available in the meta. I wonder what direction Caps will be thinking. Will he look for something like a control mage, or will he be thinking of something like the Akali, which he's been known to bring out in this matchup in the past? As the AD carry seems to be the priority for G2 for now.
The only time Humanoids won on Azir this split was actually against G2. He lost the other 2 games he played against MKOI and KC. There's the Varus, still one of the most powerful AD carries in the meta when you get rid of Kalista for the early game. Varus just gives you so much flexibility. You can go on hit if you want, or you can just look for a poking lane to get that push priority in bot side.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, that is the thing. You say the push priority. Varus being picked almost guarantees you to have that. But as we see that Akali, for, I assume, Caps, that obviously could go into either solo lane, but that's a very strong pick to pick against Azir, and very early, and I wonder if Fnatic can kind of respond to this Akali pick with some kind of lockdown.
So we were talking about the Vine nerfs coming into this week, and you were the one that said to me, I do not think that these nerfs are enough to knock her out of pro play, and Razork immediately seems to agree with you. They want that lockdown capabilities for the Akali. I think it can also be good against low mobility AD carries like the Varus, as the Rumble paired alongside it already. Fnatic have a very strong top side with a lot of lockdown and pick potential.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, having that buy, cease, and desist on top of the equalizer makes it so hard to survive unless you have some kind of really strong peak potential against it. So it's going to be very important now to see how Hansama positions in the team fights regarding this, because it makes it very hard for him to ever step up if these tools are available.
And G2 rounding out their first set of 3 with the Ornn here. Long range engage, great tank in the top lane as well, can kind of neutralize the Rumble to a small degree. You are still going to get pushed in early game.
Yeah, after all the Rumble Q damage nerfs, the laning phase is not really that big of an issue anymore for the Ornn. So having that is also great, because that means you have great gank setup onto the Rumble. If the Rumble ever tries to play aggressive and Ornn has his jungle behind him, it's just so much CC and it becomes an easy kill for the Rumble. So I imagine top lane is going to be a bit of a snooze fest while both players try to farm, and the action will happen somewhere else.
I'm thinking about supports right now, and I'm wondering how priority things like the Nico are, especially given that Akali in her Shroud, Nico can do a really good job of still providing that lockdown into the Akali specifically. Nautilus is also something they could be thinking about, maybe as a takeaway, but of course G2 will get priority on that support pick.
I really think if you're G2, you're thinking a lot about Braum as well, right? Because if Braum is picked into the Ornn, it really mitigates a lot of what he wants to do later on in the game. You can see they got rid of the Lucian, which is obviously a great combination with the Braum. They'll get rid of that Nico as well, so good spot there, Ben.
Yeah, and I wonder if actually they're trying to bait the Braum here, because knowing that they have the last pick with the Varus, if you blind pick the Braum into a Varus lane, you can actually end up with a really, really difficult bot lane matchup for your bot lane.
That's probably why we saw the Renata ban as well in the event that Fnatic do want to go defensive. My concern for Fnatic is how much lockdown do they have for the Akali? Of course, Vi is really good at threatening that backline. You've then got Azir and you've got the Rumble in terms of follow-up. That's the Xin Zhao that we kind of expected. But I'm expecting Fnatic to go for a little bit more utility, and it looks like Rel will be the direction, and Labrov will be able to get his most played of the regular split with Alice. These last 4 picks, very quick, very clean. Both teams very much know what they want. But Fnatic rounding out with a decent amount of team fighting. You can see the front to back, decent poke provided with both the Corki and the Azir, with the potential backline threat of the Rumble and the Vi.
And I gotta say, last time these two teams played, Labrov's Alistar was crucial in the first victory against Fnatic. He had so many great pulverize attempts onto the bot lane of Fnatic, and I really like this pick for him. I think it's one of his standout picks for me, and I love that they're putting Labrov on comfort first game in the playoffs. And what we are looking at, crucially, is can Labrov and Skewmont finally find their footing as a support jungle duo? Because I think that's been one of the main criticisms towards G2, and I want to see if they've actually worked on this in this 2-week break.
100% agree with that, and I think the part of that people are seeing as the slightly weaker half is Labrov. Skewmont has had actually a relatively good spring as a jungler, but the synergy between them and Labrov's individual play, I think, has not been up to par. And when you're playing up against a support like Mickey, who has so much experience on the stage, who has had an exceptional split so far, there's a lot of weight on Labrov's shoulders in this series and in Game 1 in particular.
We were denied a best of 5 of G2 versus Fnatic in winter, but here in spring it will be our first on the docket. An intense matchup between two long-standing rivals. We're going to get to see Caps on Akali in Game 1 going up against Humanoid's Azir. Let's get into game.
I actually looked up some stats on Caps playing Akali for G2 versus Fnatic. He has played it 5 times before today and only won 1 of those times. And that's during like G2's golden eras. That's during 2019. That's during the time that G2 ruled the roost here in Europe. We'll see if Humanoid on his Azir can put this Akali in its place.
Yeah, and we see he has went for the Electrocute rune, which I really enjoy, because usually we see Akalis, sometimes there is a certain player who went for the triple mask build, but Caps actually went for Electrocute, and to me that is very telling that he's going to be going into a full damage Akali build. None of that Leandri's kind of bruiser-ish Akali. He's gonna go for the full damage with those buffed AP items and really try to assassinate the backline of Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of eggs are going to be in the Caps basket, but he's going to be playing up against a champion that has kind of only known success in the league, which is this Rumble. You can see how dominant it has been here in the LEC, and this is why the first thing Medic brought up is, what will G2's priority be on the champion? They had a rotation to grab it for themselves. They chose to respond with the Ornn. So a lot of pressure is going to be on Broken Blade to mitigate the impact of Oscar on this Rumble, just because of how generically powerful the champion is.
I will say I really do like the Ornn into the Rumble. I think it's one of the classic counters that did not really work for a lot of time, just because Rumble's lane prowess was that strong. But after the nerfs to the Rumble Q damage, I think right now the Ornn is going to be able to neutralize the Rumble and kind of find his footing in those team fights when Caps is diving onto the backline with the backup of that Ornn ultimate.
I will say it is a bit of an EU classic that when playoffs rolls round, lock in the Ornn, keep it stock standard. And I mean, Ornn really does simplify the games in many ways.
Yeah, it's a classic, and every top laner in Europe, at least when I played, knew how to play Ornn. I think maybe now with all these rookies coming in, maybe it's not as known, but this champion was a staple from the year 2018 to 2022 at least. I think it was played every single playoffs.
See what Broken Blade can do on it in this game. Fnatic coming in as the heavy favorites to this series, but we've talked a lot about how when the teams met up in winter, it was G2 were able to come out victorious in 2-0 fashion. A best of 5 fearless changes things a lot. We will see a lot more champions played. We will see things like the Rumble now. It doesn't work in game 1 where you don't even get to use it for the rest of the series. Caps trying to trade with Humanoid in mid lane, lands the Shuriken flip, but obviously isn't going to follow up on that.
Yeah, I mean, as you rightly said, Fnatic very much should be considered heavy favorites based on what we've seen of the regular season. But G2 have this tendency of when the playoffs roll around, they tend to recognize a lot of their issues and they are able to fix those issues. And you can see in terms of the all-time head-to-head, it is very much G2 favored throughout the years.
Yeah, and I think one of the main draft concerns for G2 has been the drafts. I think there's been a lot of criticism to their tendencies to pick very weird place champions, and I really like that game 1, while they have some spikes with Akali and the Ornn, is still a very solid, classic, foundationalized draft from G2.
Good one, Jack. No, but I will say, I love it that in modern League of Legends, we talk about Ornn as adding some spice into the draft. This stock standard tank. Skewmond, after clearing bot top, is looking for Oscar on the top side. You talked about the CC potential, the follow-up potential of this Ornn, but it looks like Skewmond instead is just going to go across and secure his first Scuttle Crab.
And crucial that all that gank setup comes from that Ornn Q ability. If you land that pillar, the fact that it's going to slow you means it is always going to be able to land the dash into the knockup. But as long as Oscar can kind of dodge that Q ability, it's going to be very hard for Broken Blade to have any sort of proactive trades onto him.
Both going in onto Mickey here. We'll have the trample stun. Mickey crashes down, gets the shield back up. Upset the new target. Heal coming out from LeBrock. The stun lands. The cleanse away. Upset has to flash as well. I thought the stun had timed out there from LeBrock, but he got it off on the last second. Broken Blade and Oscar trading in the top lane, but there's no one here to help them out.
Very nice trading from the G2 bottom lane. Getting the better of Upset and Mickey, and crucially getting both those summoner spells out from Upset. Sets up for Skewmon to look for a play on the bot side. And got to talk about it as well. I'm not quite sure what happened in the mid lane matchup because they were dead even a moment ago, and then all of a sudden Caps blows up a huge 12 CS lead between the two. In the early game, this matchup is traditionally quite difficult for the Akali to play. You can obviously get a few trades back and forth, but to build this kind of a lead, Caps is doing very well in the 1v1.
Very uncommon for Akali to be doing this well, yeah. As you say, this lead is unnatural. Usually we'll see at at least a push, but I've also seen the wave be in the middle quite frequently. Humanoid hasn't really gotten a clean crash onto Caps a single time this laning phase, and just goes to show that when playoffs comes around, Caps is just him.
It's also, his laning phase has been really good this split. It's after the laning phase where Caps has struggled a little bit more. Broken Blade looking for the knockup here. Equalizer comes out from Oscar in. Hans Summer already swapped up towards this top side. Oscar in not being too greedy with his positioning there, doesn't get caught out, and Broken Blade can now base and TP to the bottom side.
Yeah, and a large part about this is also something you've experienced a lot, Finn, where as the matchup will go on, you can already see Oscar starting to build that lead, but Ornn is more than happy to play in the 2 versus 1. The Rumble, of course, will have the equalizer to just clear out a wave should anything significant happen, but it's not uncommon and something we've been seeing a decent amount from G2, where they do swap Broken Blade out when he's on these tank matchups because they know that he's very safe on the weak side.
Yeah, and crucial now, Rumble does not have an equalizer. He just used it to try to get a good trade on the Broken Blade. So now, as we see, they're actually sending Mickeyx up to defend it because they realize that, the Upset is farming fine against Ornn. We've got to make sure to secure our Rumble so we can farm. Because if his Rumble is left alone, he will actually struggle, and if Rumble doesn't get his items, he becomes very useless just because how big his scalings are with items.
So both the AD carries having a little bit of alone time here. We'll be getting towards those level 6 quicker than they usually would. Hans Summer has both his summoners, so not really at too much risk of a dive, especially as you say, because that equalizes down. Upset able to farm out the wave bot pretty effectively. Looks like... I'm wondering where Upset goes off this reset. He's currently opening up through mid. Looks like Humanoid's going to be sent bot. Having your bot lane in mid lane when grubs are about to come up is actually a really effective play. It means that you at least have 4 people on that side of the map. And because Humanoid doesn't have TP and Caps does, you have to send someone down to bot lane to answer it.
It also makes the matchup even harder for the Akali. And after securing the first Drake, Fnatic have got their priorities clear. So we find ourselves in a bit of a slower early game, but it is G2 with the small gold lead, largely being built in the mid lane matchup, but Fnatic with the small objective lead. So a bit of back and forth, kind of what we expect for game 1 of this best of 5.
Humanoid should be able to get a Demolish Puck off here. Doesn't quite work his way through the plate. Will collect the gold as the minions do the rest of the job for him. Broken Blade tanks up a lot of damage as he tries to defend. Upset doesn't have the flash back up yet. His clan's about to come off cooldown, but there's always the risk of an Akali all-in just killing him off. Even with just an Amplifying Tome and a Hextech Alternator, this Akali's burst damage is pretty substantial.
Yeah, and I think Caps has played the Akali Corki matchups a lot of time actually with C quite top.
Cease and desist. Chain of Corruption's going to come out from Hans Summer in a second. You have to feel the flash forward. There's the chains, but Hans locked up by Razork, and he will fall first. And LeBron chased away as well. And Fnatic will settle for 1.
Yeah, and we talked about it. That's the Rumble Vi combo that so many people prioritize all across the globe. Everyone in every region is playing Rumble and Vi just because how simple the combo is. Guaranteed lockdown onto the equalizer. The damage is too high to survive in the early to mid game, and they get a nice easy first blood onto Hans Summer.
Fnatic now with priority over the grubs as well, knowing they have the numbers advantage, but Skumon sees an angle, and why shouldn't he? Oscar has just gone back to base.
Well, part of this is Mickey was seen in the bot side river, trying to guard Humanoid from Caps roaming from mid down towards bot. So because Mickey was seen, Skumon knows he has a numbers advantage on this top side right now, allowing him to step in and get these last 2 grubs.
Yeah, good awareness from Skumon. Meanwhile, Mickey is hovering on the bot side of the map, looking for an opportunity. But Caps is not going to give him one. He has that control ward in the brush. He's setting up the wave nicely. He should have a bit of a freeze going on here, meaning he can just hold the wave here for as long as he wants. But I imagine he's not going to be able to hold it for that much longer. Has the TP available, so he can always return to lane, and Humanoid's going to do just that. So it's Fnatic that draws first bloods. The gold remains dead, even though itemization's still very comfortable across the board. But this Rumble's starting to get scary.
I was going to get slid back here, trying to jump around through Humanoid, but Razork's on his way, flash away from Caps. It's possible Razork wouldn't have connected, but Caps takes the safe route out.
A really nice look there by Razork, being very proactive, and Humanoid finding the shuffle when Caps doesn't have the shroud means he has to flash out. Really nice look by Humanoid, and now Caps will base, and by the empowered, or buffed I want to say, Proto Belt, and this is what we're talking about with the Electrocute, with the Proto Belt now, he has that reach. He can really gain a lot of distance with that perfect execution and the ultimate. And the Proto Belt, what am I saying?
Yeah, you're right, you're a perfect execution in the Proto Belt. Has been upgraded to the Rocket Belt a little while ago, but I know it's hard for us to get away from the old nomenclature of League of Legends items.
I'm a pro player, I still call him Ninja Tabo.
Get the Wriggles Lantern out.
Yeah, I'm old-fashioned like that.
Understandable, understandable. You see both the bot lanes butting heads in the mid lane, but Fnatic out to a small early lead here at the 10-minute mark. With the next Drake up in 40 seconds, Fnatic secured the first. G2 might want to fight around the second with that item spike on Caps being hit.
Crucially, you'll notice that Mickey X is going to go back to base, replenish those wards in anticipation of the ensuing dragon fight, picking up a control ward and replenishing his 2 wards. Puts him, 3 wards I should say rather, puts him in a very good position. Meanwhile, Humanoid investing the TP and Caps means that they're not likely going to have another opportunity to go back to base. This will be the itemization that they fight on, so Skumon looking for a play. If he can chunk out Humanoid ahead of this fight, it makes the setup around the Drake that much better.
Yeah, but crucial, look at Razork and Skumon's items. As we say, fight there.
Mickey is caught out, tries to jump away, but Skumon and LeBron are going to chase him. There's the flash out of the support. No more needed for G2. They looked for Humanoid, couldn't find him, but Mickey walked into the arms of Skumon and LeBron.
Mickey, no level 6 yet. He's not going to have the ultimate available, lost the flash. Looks like Fnatic are hesitant to try and force this fight. They've already got 1 dragon of their own, but really good vision control from G2, controlling the river, moving into the enemy jungle and finding that flash from Mickey.
And Broken Blade actually hovered down a little bit, and I think that's why Fnatic were so docile in that position. But Broken Blade actually lost the full wave and the plate for that move, and I don't really think it was necessary.
And you can see Oscar in about 5,500, that's bad English, 550 gold ahead in that top lane because of the plates, because of his CS lead as well. Across the rest of the map, small lead for Cap, small lead for Hans Summer, and a small lead for Razork. So, very even early game. Fnatic out to a small chunk of change.
I will say, though, Caps has played this early game incredibly. Oh, the Ornhorn.
As it comes out, Broken Blade flashes forward for the Brittle Pod. Bellows breath as well for another Brittle, but won't have the damage to follow up any further.
He didn't calculate for the scrap shield. He really thought he had a damage there because he knew Oscar in his flash was down, and he thought with the flash, Bellows breath, and the double clap that you get from the ult, he had enough damage to kill him. But Oscar kept the scrap shield, baited him in, and now just got Broken Blade's flash for free.
A heavy commitment. I guess the good news for Broken Blade is Herald is still 2.5 minutes away, so we will have his ultimate available for that, but no flash. It's not what you like to see. Now, Mickey, no flash available for him.
Chain of Corruption is going to land. Caps there for the chase as well, and Mickey's down. Hans Summer gets G2's first of the game.
Second time now we've seen G2 just controlling this bot side of Fnatic's jungle. They convert it into a pick and they get themselves on the board. While the gold remains even, this Akali is very scary. Caps is in such a great position, and it's something that Fnatic have to be very mindful of as they assign their side lanes, because Caps' kill threat only continues to grow as the game continues.
Yeah, and that goes for both side lanes. Even if it's whether it's against Humanoid or Oscar, if this Rumble walks up on a side lane against Akali, he will also get one shot immediately. So the problem is now G2 has to really try to always match Caps where they can play aggressive, and they're gonna always leave Broken Blade on this island as you see, so Caps always has a hover from Labrum and Skumon.
See how Broken Blade can survive on the weak side. G2's one of G2's foibles in the regular season was Broken Blade being caught out a few times too many on that weak side. Fnatic, though, haven't got out to the early lead that marked their split so far. Caps jumps in, the season assist. Caps dives into his demise. The CC knock-up chain from Fnatic was absolutely flipping perfect. Chase continues as Razzle goes in with a Vault Breaker. Skumon's going to try and jump his way away to the Gromp. Hans Summer here to shadow. G2 need to walk away. They should be able to escape. Hans Summer, though, does still have the flash and the cleanse. Won't need to expend either to get out of Fnatic's clutches.
A beautiful response from Fnatic. Caps, this ever-looming side lane threat, is shut down so quickly. We talked in the draft about having that chain CC, the Vi plus the Rel combo, and my goodness, was it lethal. Caps didn't even get a chance to flash away as Fnatic find themselves another pick.
I gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed here that when Caps does this, Alistar is nowhere to be seen. What we said about G2 is that we want to see them be more connected with Skumon and with Caps and with Labra. This mid-jungle support, you saw we're not on the same page at all. As Caps goes in, his Alistar is clearing a ward in the banana bush.
And as you rightly say that, Mickey has pretty much permanently covered Humanoid at every step of the way. It's same thing for Oscar. They've been very aware of where he needs to offer that protection, and his protection was invaluable as he keeps his mid and jungle safe, and they find a pick onto Caps.
And you see the gold balloon in Fnatic's favor as well. Now 1,000 gold lead. Humanoid actually has a small advantage in the mid lane. About 700 in top and jungle. The Rift Herald has spawned, G2 setting up around it. Currently a little bit pincered. Vault Breaker goes in, Razork flashes forward, Hans Summer cleanses away, but look at Skumon, he's already down to about 400 HP. Lebrov is left out to dry. and he'll dry pretty damn quickly. Fnatic lock him up. They're third on the board. Razor's looking for more as he tries to steal away the red.
And once again, G2 tries to take the river when their players aren't there. Ornn is catching a top wave, and Caps is rotating up from bot side, and they're already stepping deep into the river. And Fnatic is like, wait, we see your mid laner on mid, we see your top laner on top. We are just gonna go on you, and of course, because we have the numbers.
And Razork's fight was something that was feared throughout the winter splits. And without any hesitation, he finds a very nice engage onto the backline of Hans Summer. And notice that he didn't commit his ultimate either, but Hans Summer has to flash in response through fear of that ultimate coming through from Razork, which means that with him out of the fight, it becomes a very easy pick and an objective secured. Skewmon doing his best to get something else on the map, but Fnatic not going to give him anything.
Next dragon up in 8 seconds time as well, and since the second dragon of the game, things have swung dramatically in Fnatic's favor. Triforce complete, Nash's tooth already done for Humanoid, and components of his next item as well. Flash forward, Magnastorm. This is where the cease and desist that was saved from earlier comes to pay dividends. Hunsum survives, but is hit by a rocket. Upset threads the uprights and finds him. Caps jumping in here. Skewmon hit, the wind becomes lightning. Upset the target, but look at the damage back on the Caps. Humanoid slides in, the Emperor's Divide. Caps goes in with perfect execution, but Upset still has a flash to escape. LeBron is down, Caps follow suit, and Fnatic clean away G2.
Fnatic once again coming out on top in these skirmishes. And I really have to say that G2 are still showing signs of incoherence. As we see the Ornn actually mounting a little block, the Herald there. But as talking about the Ornn, I feel like Broken Blade hasn't been in a single fight. I think Fnatic has always been fighting away from him, and I think we really need to start seeing G2 pay more dividends to the fact that they have an Ornn. He is a tank, he can take these areas, and he is your teamfight victory.
I just love the coordination that we're seeing from Fnatic right now, the way in which they save that ultimate, then when Hans Summer, he doesn't even overstep in the mid lane, but gets engaged on by Mickey. Razork is there following up, and just look at how quickly Fnatic collapse on this engage. He's clearing out the wave, moving back to his tower, flash engage from Mickey. It looks like an overforced play, but Hans Summer has no way to escape, buying time for his jungle and AD carry to arrive. A nice rocket comes through from Upset to clean up the kill, and at this point G2 is saying we have to get something back, but Mickey again completely denies Caps from really getting involved in the fight. The Shreema shuffle comes through, Upset is forced to flash away, but it's a flash that keeps him alive and puts Caps in a very difficult position. 6-1 the kills, 4K the gold lead. Fnatic came to play here in game 1.
Really felt like a sunk cost fallacy, the fact that Caps were in there. Really was like, we already lost AD carry, we have to get something out of my move. And we really start to see this desperation from G2. They're always trying to go a bit too deep when plays are already over, or they don't have the numbers in place.
And it's something we saw even in the regular season, as we were VOD reviewing before today. You were talking about how often it would seem like Broken Blade felt he had to force something in a 1v1 on the top side because the rest of the map was collapsing, and now he's forcing onto Oscarinin in the bot side. TP coming in. Oscarinin hasn't lost that much health yet, but with Caps joining the fight, there's the shutdown. Caps gets the kill, and G2, when they force something, do manage to find something.
A much needed shutdown for Caps, funneling that gold into his pocket to be that carry threat. A nice use of the teleport, knowing that Oscar really didn't have many places that he could go, so G2 still looking to be proactive on the map, even with the advantage that Fnatic has garnered. But Fnatic cross-mapping on the other side, pushing through top, pushing through mid, getting the resets off now. Ardakan going to be spawning in 40 seconds. Not an objective that we normally see immediately forced upon its arrival, just because of how scary the objective is to fight around. But Fnatic still with the lead, about 3.5k, as G2 are looking for their footing once more. They need to find more picks like this, attacking the side lane, funneling gold where they can into Caps and Hans Summer, who are the main damage threats on the side of G2.
Crucial now, it becomes really difficult for G2 to be proactive because you have no TP on Caps, no TP on Broken Blade, and meanwhile Fnatic has both their TPs up. That means anytime you fight on the map, you're gonna have numbers in Fnatic's favor. So you kind of have to play really slow now, and you can't really afford to be proactive just because the punish would be so great from these double or single teleports that will come in.
Wait it out, see if you can get the second items. Caps caught out here. Labrov waiting around the corner, sees assist coming in as well as Humanoid dives forward, and the Emperor's Device spells demise for Caps. Labrov now on the wrong side of that wall. Skumon diving in to try and help, but there's the TP. Hunsummer on his way across as well as Cloakwind Blade. Skumon already down to half HP. Labrov trying to get onto the backline as well, and Hunsummer's been able to pick up one. Equalize onto Hans, and Skumon will force them away. Broken Blade calls on the Forge God. Will his prayers be answered? In a 1v3, I think not. Make it forward as Oscar comes around the corner to clean things up. Razork now 4-0-5.
G2 don't have the tools to force anything, but Fnatic certainly do. Finn was already talking about the TPs. They used that with Oscar to generate a numbers advantage, but Caps, he was just trying to go back to base. He was trying to reset. Mickey catches him out again, and I feel like that Mickey has been the bane of Caps' existence in this game.
Oh, it's so beautiful, but also G2, your mid laner just died. You don't need to commit for a fight. You said this before, it's just desperation from G2. Caps dies at the beginning of the fight, and now Skumon thinks, I want to go in and fight as well. They just commit too much into a fight that's already lost. They could have just let them die here and run away and try to look for a better fight, but now they lose 4 members, and probably the Atakan as well as that before, and probably it's going to translate into something more than that.
The Rumble ultimate on the backline from Oscar to completely deny any sort of support from G2 as well, but you're completely right, Finn. Once they'd realized the Caps was gone, they should have just pulled the plug on the play and disconnected to recoup their losses, but now those losses have grown as we find a 5k gold difference. Third item being worked on by Humanoid. Look at how strong Razork is. He's been involved in every single kill that Fnatic have found in this game. And when we talk about the synergy that we're not seeing from G2, Razork and Mickey are working together flawlessly.
Oh, absolutely. I think Mickey and Razork, every single play has come from either one of them finding a really good pick.
Oscar chunked out a little bit there. Caps looking for Mickey as well. That one's personal. LeBron dies in. Emphasis divide from Humanoid to keep himself safe. Chain corruption goes out as well as Humanoid has to slide away. G2 get a pick in mid lane as LeBron flashed in to catch out Mickey.
And Finn learning firsthand the power of the caster curse. Just as we praise Mickey, he goes for a play that ends up in his demise, flashing to try and catch out Caps. Caps is able to dodge away from the engage, and then he ends up paying for it. G2 recoups some of the gold difference. Dragon now spawning in 10 seconds. Mickey will be alive for it, but I don't know if he can get here in time for Fnatic to really mount a strong response.
And a big, nice gust of relief for G2. They can finally slow down the game. They get this Dragon, which kind of stops the stall point for 2 more minutes. As I say that, Fnatic are coming in deep here.
Mickey's on his way, currently about the Razor Pit. Labrov chunked out. Unbreakable Will is pretty damn breakable right now as G2 try and disengage. Equalizer down, cease and desist in, and the Crescent Guard doesn't guard you if everyone's on top of you. Oscar in and kills off Skumon. 2 kills to Fnatic. The Drake was secured by G2.
This could be a good opportunity for Fnatic to open up the mid lane tower. A difficult tower to siege against the Varus with all that wave clear, but Fnatic, they want to try and push the advantage where they can. They've set their sights on the bot wave, but the wave clear machine of Varus is here to hold the line, and this opens up Upset to secure that mid tier 1.
Yeah, it feels more like Fnatic were gating G2 away from getting to mid lane with that, right? Playing through their jungle, making sure G2 couldn't take a quick route across. They secure the mid tier 1, and Fnatic now with a 6,500 gold lead with 2.3k of that sitting on Razork on this vibe.
Yeah. Once again, I want you to highlight, now suddenly it's G2 in the driver's seat with these double teleport advantages. So I think right now we need to see G2 try to make a play where Fnatic is discoordinated, either on Oscar or Humanoid on the side lane, because if you're not going to make a play with this little advantage you temporarily have, I think the game's going to slip out of your fingers pretty fast.
So what would you do? How would you, if you're in this game, make a call to say, this is the play we make to get back in?
Well, I would say that Alistar, our man Alistar, has to go and look to put some deep wards. Probably have to do it where the enemy team is going to siege or where someone is going to push up deep. And I think that person will be the Azir, but also the Rumble, as I say here, is very easy to kill.
Call of Fortune coming out from Broken Blade. There's the TP immediately in from Caps. There were a couple of deep wards behind Oscar in here, but Broken Blade just trading in. Equalizer down, Broken Blade tanky enough. Caps will be here to secure the kill. Broken Blade should survive, and he will do so. Meanwhile, in the top side, you can see Humanoid and Razork pushing in towards that tier 2.
I mean, it's definitely a little messy, but this is exactly what Finn wanted to see. The pick, once again, given over to Caps. The TP response now coming through from Broken Blade to help defend the tower. Ultimately, a net gain for G2, using those TPs proactively to defend their base and also find a pick.
And I think this also highlights why in every single pro game you see, there's always 2 teleports. Almost every single game, the mid laner and the top laner has teleport, because G2 just came back into the game they were losing and defended Fnatic's play at the same time due to the power of 2 teleports.
Caps, though, has stayed around a little greedily for this bot lane tier 1. Razork's on his way across, as is Upset. Caps does have that Twilight Shroud, can try and dodge away. Jumps through Upset, but the cease and desist quick on the trigger there from Razork. Means that Caps can't escape. Upset now 5-0-4 on this Corki.
And when we come back to draft, we have to remember this Akali was second pick in response to the Azir. And you have to see the risks of locking in a very early Akali. This Vibe from Razork is doing so much work at mitigating the mobility that we so often see being used as a strength for the Akali. That is now resulting in Caps once again dying in a side lane, and Fnatic now setting their sights on G2's jungle.
It really has been Razork's game so far.
Oh, it
We're
really
talking
has.
about Skirm on Xinxia, but it has been a pretty quiet game from him. We haven't really seen the impact that we're talking about in Champions League of this pick. And I feel like it's really due to the fact that Razork's proactiveness is something else.
Flash away from Hans Sommer as Mickey jumped in with the Magnus Storm. The follow-up as well from Humanoid, but he's stopped in his tracks. Humanoid down, Broken Blade escapes the Equalizer, just for a bit of chip damage more than anything else. And so the red buff will be secured by Razork. Look at the damage from Hans Sommer. 3 items on that Varus. Now his poke is gonna hurt.
Robbery from G2. They were 4 versus 5 in that fight, and they managed to kill Humanoid and get out. That's a great play from G2, and really, really crucial to actually find it back into the game here.
I want to see exactly the positioning of Humanoids. Obviously, he's already at about 60% HP. He's looking for the slap.
Oh, it's the call of the Forge God. Yeah. I wondered what knocked him up.
Yeah, that definitely was a misplay from Humanoid. He did not see the call of the Forge God, and he ends up getting punished for it. So now Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds time. Neither team on soul point, but this Dragon would put them there. The gold difference, as you can see, still in Fnatic's favor, but the atomization is what you need to pay attention to, and that's a death cap onto Caps. He is heavily committed onto having as much execution power as possible, and if he can take out Upset or Humanoid, it would provide a huge opportunity to swing the fight in G2's favor. But Fnatic is aware of that, and as you've already seen a lot in this game, Mickey has deliberately been making sure it's hard as possible for Caps to play.
Yeah. And crucially, Unit open up to push out here, and that means G2 are now going to be 5-man strong in this river first, which means that it's going to be on Fnatic to phase check into the zone control that G2 has now obtained in this river zone. And that is really difficult against champions like the Alistar, like the Ornn, like the Varus, with so many easy ways to pick off individual members with CC.
Hans doesn't have his Flash, nor does Broken Blade. Mickey does have the Flash Magnet Storm. Humanoid hit level 16 after pushing through that top side, highest level in the game right now. And G2 seed their position in the river. They give up that vision control that they had. Fnatic able to push them out.
I don't get it. You had the river control, you only need to catch the mid wave towards the bot side river, but instead you let Fnatic walk up and push you out of your own zone. I really, really dislike what G2 did there, because I feel like this was your zone to hold, this was your area of control, and this is where you can find the lead.
I think G2 has decided to give up the Drake quite a while ago. They're going to try and set up vision towards that top side. Mickey stepping in onto Lebrov. Will land the knockup, will land the stun, but where's the follow-up for the rest of the team? Mickey dives forward, knocked back by Lebrov. Razzle coming in as well. That equalizer not doing much as Caps gets onto Oscar in, and Humanoid flashing forward, looking for the Emperor's Divide. Hans Sommer somehow survives. Razzle glow. Hans Sommer Upset, able to take him out. Valkyrie in forward. Caps down as well. Somehow Fnatic have won the fight after G2 engaged it 4-0.
They take 4 members of G2 out of the game, and they may very well set their sights on the Nexus. There's only Broken Blade left standing in their way as Fnatic dominating here in game 1.
A lot of skill shots went by that fight. I think the Varus ult didn't really connect onto anyone, and I think the Corki was just really, really strong. Human found a great shuffle onto Hans, but in the end, I don't think it's enough.
Fnatic pushing in. Broken Blade dies under his Nexus tower. It's not tanky enough to survive the Fnatic onslaught. And in a statement game, Fnatic go 1-0 up in the series.
Coordination issues coming through from the side of G2. But my goodness, Mickey and Razork, their coordination was on point. They made it so difficult for Caps to play the game. Razork was everywhere on the map. Mickey was covering where he needed to. And Fnatic, I mean, with a few mistakes here and there for sure, overall, a very clean game.
Well, gonna get the positives. G2 won't have to ban Rumble every single game now. They can actually, it's actually not gonna be in the pool anymore. Really well played, I think, by Razzik, but also I think Oscarina had a lot of impact with his equalizers. Sure, it got picked up a little bit here and there, but those equalizers really, really were powerful.
They did. We'll hear more about how that game went down from Mickey, who's standing by with Ginny.
Okay, you're ahead, 1 win right now, but that wasn't very personal. I thought I was gonna see some flashing level 2, trying to get onto Cavs. What happened?
No, he just like made it personal by just running into me, like especially in the bot lane where he died for like I think the second time. That was a bit, you know, ambitious. And I think my team just played very well, so there was no need for me to go a step out of my comfort zone and just go for caps, because we were just winning naturally. So yeah, props.
Maybe he just missed you.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you head back. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back shortly with the second game of the series.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
But I can't wait for this towel Ahri skin. You guys see
What?
A what? Like she will have only a towel.
What?
It's not what you like to see now. Mickey, no flash available for him.
Chain of Corruption is going to land. Caps there for the chase as well, and Mickey's down. Unsummer gets G2's first of the game.
He can't do anything.
Ja.
There we go. On other side.
Ja, Alice har flash.
Yeah. Nice.
Look at the Kali. I can block.
Yeah. Kill him.
Boom.
Minus one HP.
Flash on Shin. Nice.
We can do that too.
Yeah, we can end mid. And mid. Holy f***, played this fight so what?
Not exactly sure how I can follow up on Humanoid simping for Towel Ahri, but we'll give it a good try, won't we? We've just come out of Game 1 for Fnatic G2, and I thought it'd be a good time to jump into some of the hard-hitting analysis between why this game fell apart so quickly and how Fnatic used their composition, which I think was actually very, very high level to execute here as well, and very effective at doing that, particularly in a mid lane play, which happened would really open up the game for Fnatic. So we're actually going to start off this clip with some G2 vision as we go forwards, because Handsma walks up to the mid wave. Now you might think you are safe doing this, but then something bad happens. You see Razork on the top side here, and then Mickey comes out of the fog of war. They are long distance away, but actually it's still close enough to force the engage. Varus is not good at escaping a play once he's been caught out, especially when you're a little bit behind on the way that Skewmond is a little too far from the play. Labrov does come in to try and save a little bit, but it's just too far. On the other side, the Vi, the Rel, the Corki can jump in very, very quickly, and the Varus is taken out. Then G2 start to scramble. This is part of why I think that G2 locked in a composition was maybe a little bit too hard to play once things start going wrong for you, because Mickey did something very intelligent here. Right there, he uses the W2 from the Rel as opposed to the W1, the crash down, to make sure he can just flip the Akali over the shoulder mid-air, and the Akali, after that his mobility has been countered, finds it really, really hard to move on with this fight. So not only was the Varus caught out very quickly, even though he thought he was safe, Caps didn't have a better time of it either, because Mickey had his number. That's like a bad stand-up comedian, man. I'm out of clips and out of jokes, I guess. Got any more material? What did you think?
I like the breakdown, and I also like the way Fnatic just absolutely broke down G2. Let me ask you, did we deal with a draft diff, a jungle diff, or a support diff?
I mean, I for sure think that Fnatic's draft was better coming into it. I think G2's was playable, but for some of the reason that Alex broke down, and also clips we'll talk about later as well, G2's have a really hard time playing into it. But I think it's like that mid-jungle support synergy that you see from Razork, Humanoid, and Mickey, massive diff, from my opinion.
Yeah, especially when we were looking at some of the, well, we don't have them in the clips, but when we were watching earlier on, it was the way that we see...
Let's just watch the clips then.
Yeah, we can hop
you
into
guys
the
keep
clips.
mentioning these clips.
Yeah. Well, I thought Alex was going to do one about airplane food, so we'll save that one for later.
Okay.
but I think for some of these, it's like the fact that Mickey's roaming around the map, covering a lot of the plays on the bottom side, then enables them to set up for a relatively good early game. And as you were saying, then it does become this trio just taking over the map in this unit.
Yeah, because I think the bright side from G2 was some of their early game. Caps had a really good time with the Akali into the Asir, and isolated, you can outperform that matchup. But the thing with an Akali is you can't just pick it as a counter into Asir. You need to pick it where the composition allows you to do it. And when you're picking it into Vi and Vrel, where there's no follow-up where you go in, you're just going to get pinned down immediately, and you're not going to be able to play the game. And that was the mistake in draft from G2 with that Akali.
I see. We could really use some clips. Did I ask again?
But yeah, I think like GB's already kind of gone into the depths of it, but I do think it's kind of alluded to a lot of what has made Fnatic very successful, which is how they try and use the upset having pressure in mid into covering for sides and then setting up for this three-man play. And I think that's what really kind of is the focal point for Fnatic for a lot of what G2 want to try and achieve.
Yeah. Can I just say, because as I do, I go on Twitter and I go on Reddit and I read, and like the Fnatic fans, they didn't like the Corki. They were like, why are you playing Corki? The way that guy plays Corki, That's it.
Yeah,
That's
but
crazy.
It's
so
so
forward.
simple as well, because Corki is so bad when he's playing into the control mages that we see. He's too short range to play the game. Here, Varus was the only one that's going to stop you from that. But you have a composition built to shut down an Akali and a Varus. It is on Xin Zhao and Akali. You can actually play the game as a Corki, and that's why I don't think it was as egregious as I normally would think when I actually hate the champion too myself.
You hate it?
I do.
So I wasn't the biggest fan of G2's draft in general. Like, I think on R4, you could have ended up taking the Braum instead. Would have set you up for basically Fnatic wanting to secure some sort of secondary engage, so you would have been fine. The only other option was maybe they went for something like a Karma, which could have been a bit of a nuisance, but I think you would have set up for good disengage for the Vi, prevent a lot of that follow-up, and then also being able to still have your engage through that Ornn. So it felt like you had tools to look for the disengage, and Fnatic were aware of this. They went for the Renata ban, knowing, hey, disengage is good for what G2 are going for, but it felt like G2 just didn't go for it.
It makes sense. We also saw the Rumble. It was left open. It was picked by Fnatic eventually. And there's been a lot of talk about G2 and the Rumble specifically. I wonder if they're like, let's leave it open. Let's see. I'm sure we can beat it. And now they don't have to worry about it anymore. They don't have to worry about banning it, about not picking it, about people saying anything about the Rumble.
Yeah,
No?
I mean, I think the Rumble is just one of those things we can never play into it. Like, even if you're weeks on it, he'll just drop that equalizer. But you're right about them not having to worry about it now. I still think giving away game 1 with a perfect composition that we gave Fnatic, I don't think that's a good enough excuse of just giving Rumble like that.
It makes sense.
But we still have to see other things. Like the Jace was the other big one, right, as well. So that is still open available. And I think as well for G2, a lot of the success that I've seen through G2 drafts has been with things like a Xin Zhao and a Varus, where they can go, hey, we have pressure with Varus, let's play for invades. But that just wasn't capable of this kind of game.
Yeah, but you know what? The funny thing with Fnatic is, actually, I felt it before coming into this series, and I felt it even more after this first game in the series, that I actually believe in them now. Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons, and they will be able to beat G2 this time around. I think they're the favorites coming into this. I think they're going to continue to play extremely well against G2. I don't think they're going to throw. I think they're going to have mastered their Aracans. I think the early rotations that I'm seeing around drops as well have been phenomenal. You can clearly see the effect that Doffmanning is bringing to this team. And I also just think that when you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do in this game too.
A few of us have been around long enough that we know you just don't trust Fnatic till they win it all. Okay? It's just a Fnatic thing. Aethia will come on, she'll do a monologue after game 2, and they'll just go 2-3.
It's been so many years, yet the monologue will never go.
Here's the funny thing. There are probably players playing League of Legends that were born after Fnatic last won a title. Because it's 7 years, right? Like, you could definitely play League at 7.
True. I mean, some of my junglers in solo queue are for sure 7-year-olds. Like, there's no way.
Wow, of course, the title is still far away. Right now, we find ourselves in a series with Fnatic 1-0 up. Once again, they will remove the Kalista from the hands of Hansama. The Yone now moves over to the G2 side as a ban with the Gwen alongside it. Of course, the Jace is now available. When I think about Fnatic, no, they're not really a huge Jace team themselves. So I wonder where it will fall on the priority ladder here in this match.
Yeah, not a Jace team at all. Really, Oscar hasn't brought it out once. Humanoid hasn't brought it out at all in the mid lane. Obviously, we've only seen it in mid lane from G2 as well. So it's possible Jace might just fall all the way through the draft.
I mean, it depends if G2 really wants to play an AP jungler or not. I think if you want the AP junglers, then the Jace becomes that crucial AD mid lane that you can pair with it.
True.
But if you actually don't want to play the AP junglers, and you want to stick to the bruiser kind of style champions like Pantheon, etc.
Yeah, if you're Kana, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. Yeah.
If you pass for this Korean, you're allowed. Otherwise, with an AP jungler as a mid laner, possibly, but yeah, we haven't seen a lot of it.
Well, you can see Fnatic already getting rid of the Lilia to reduce that AP jungler pool. Zyva's still there, but has kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit. Senna will be the first pick. Senna was buffed on 25.10. The crit you get from her passive is increased a little bit, and also when you're playing AD Senna, importantly carry Senna, you have a higher drop rate of souls when you last hit minions.
Certainly do, and we've seen it popping up globally as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Fnatic, well, they're staying true to their style. Talia Pantheon These are very quintessential Fnatic picks. It gives them an incredibly powerful mid-jungle duo that allows them to attack the side lanes. They're likely going to have something like the Rakan paired alongside it, or maybe even the Leona, so that they have that additional lockdown, but aggression and picks is the name of the game.
I mean, so quintessential that Razork has not lost a game on this Pantheon this split. He's played it 6 times. He has won in every single one of those games. Wukong and Nautilus, the answers here for G2. They are leaving their mid lane for the second rotation.
Yeah, and we see the Nautilus also being picked up, one of the most quintessential blind picks we have in the league right now. I think it's just really nice to get some kind of lockdown, because this Wukong is really good as a follow-up engage. You run into the Renata counter pick, which will be difficult in lane, but if you can make it to those team fights, still having that Nautilus hook is really easy, because that means people just can't step up and face check you anymore.
Yeah, also depth charge, just long range, non-committal engage if you want it, right? You walk up to someone, hook onto some terrain, press the depth charge on them, and it follows them all the way home. Is difficult to play into Taliyah, is difficult to play into Renata because of their abilities to disengage. Let's get into the second set of bans. Orianna, the first pick from Fnatic. Want to get rid of that Orianna-Wukong combination.
They may even ban the Hui, a more preferred mid lane choice over the Victor for Caps, but of course I think both mid lane mages are a viable pick for him. They may even consider Ahri. I don't love it, but just throwing it out there as a possibility if they want a little bit more mobility, someone who can also comfortably match on the side lanes, that can play for themselves a little bit more. The Jace now going to be banned away from the side of G2, so that kind of answers that question of what's going to happen to it. But yeah, it definitely seems that G2's priority is still moving away from that Jace Rumble, but of course it will be Fnatic that gets that first pick, and we imagine AD carry is going to be the priority.
Yeah, and I feel like with the Senna, you kind of want to damage mid laner, but I don't think there's a lot of really good control mages up and available. With the Orianna being taken out, the Zero and the Wei are out. So I wonder if they're going to look into one of these classic Wukong pairings, Nico or Annie, that's was so popular in 2023. When you play the Wukong, you want a mid laner that can follow up and dive in with you with some kind of AoE CC.
I will put a very small point in people's heads. I've seen some Nautilus mid from Caps in solo queue recently. He's not going to bring it out, but it has happened. I have seen it. It is always a possibility. We could go back to that MSI when he kind of baited everyone into picking it and went really bully. Zeri is the lock for Fnatic. Upset bringing that out for the first time this split, leaving their top laner for last. No real surprises there. Things like Jax are still available for Broken Blade. He's undefeated on that this split as well. So if you do want something that's relatively okay blind in the top lane, you can go towards that. But Gnar is a little bit safer blind in top. There's the lock. Ahri alongside it for Caps.
So the reason why I don't love Ahri is I don't love the matchup into Taliyah, just because, I mean, Taliyah has a way of punishing her dashes on her own.
Yes! Yes!
Oh, we get to Yorick.
I mean, it's not great into Gnar, but I love Yorick top.
I mean,
so I'm a big fan.
I'm very excited about seeing Yorick as well. One of my main champions in solo queue as well. But into the Gnar, it's not an easy matchup, just because how narrow the Yorick E and how crucial that ability is to land. The fact that Gnar's hitbox is so tiny makes it very easy to whiff it.
I mean, but then let's think about it in the context of the comp, because when I think of Yorick, I mean, you two play it a lot more than I do, but I think of him as a split pusher, mainly side lane threat, so is Fnatic, I guess, looking for more of a 1-3-1 style of play with their main goal of being attacking side lanes?
I mean, I think Fnatic's going to play a very wide open, very open game, kind of try to be flexible. They have the two different globals, or semi-globals, with the Pantheon and the Taliyah, and having the Zeri being very safe on mid-wave, together with the Renata, they can really be really creative in the mid-game and try to attack this Ahri or the Gnar.
100% agree with you there. I think the ability to play through sides, as Vedi and you have mentioned, is really important here for Fnatic. Yorick can also teamfight relatively well, especially when he has his Maiden up. If he's hitting that E, if he's putting a good Dark Possession, the walls down, he can really change the outlook of a teamfight. So, although in the past Yorick was predominantly, hey, I hit side lane towers and I win the game, he doesn't have to be that anymore. He still has a bit of that teamfighting power.
Yeah, and it's our second Yorick of the league, only played by Adam previously and now being pulled out by Oscar Rinin. Very exciting. I really want to see this champion kind of come into fruition, because I think this is one of the coolest champions in the meta right now. They can do a lot of different things, and there's a lot of really cool mechanics with Yorick that they can hopefully dive into as the game goes on.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a back seat, because my knowledge of Yorick is like a B+, and your knowledge of Yorick is like an A+. I'm going to be here to add in my little tidbits as we go along. It is interesting that it's Oscar Rinin bringing out the more unique pick in this top lane matchup because Broken Blade has kind of made his name over the last couple of years for things like the Zac, the Warwick, sometimes the Yasuo top as well, being that guy that invents a little bit in the top lane for G2.
I mean, Dylan on the podcast did say that sometimes when things are a little bit shaky, the best approach is to just stick to simple, make the win condition very simple, straightforward. And I think that when you look at the draft, it is quite straightforward. They have tools to match the side lane pushing that Fnatic has brought out. Ahri and Gnar, both very solid side lane wave clear champions. They have pick potential, they have solid team fighting, and they have good scaling thanks to the Senna. So it makes sense that it's a little well-rounded. How things will execute, though, I do prefer what Fnatic have brought to the table.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's so funny because if you remove the Senna, technically, if you showed me this G2 draft, I would not be able to point out what year it was played. Just because all these champions are being played every single meta, every single year. They're like such a staple in our competitive environment, and it's just for a reason, because they all offer so much, and there's so many different kind of things and ways they can impact the game. So it really, as you say, I think it's a great point you made, the fact that G2 is really not trying to reinvent the wheel. They're not trying to do anything magical. They're just trying to play good, solid League of Legends.
Now, of course, that does open itself up to a greater conversation, but for now, let's focus on the matchup as the Broadland's a nice hook, but I know you guys want to talk about the top lane matchup. I want to talk about the Senna before we get to that.
Oh, yeah.
You already mentioned the changes that happened to her on this patch. They wanted to bring her back into the AD carry fold by basically making it easier for her to generate stacks when she is played in that AD carry role. The game that I watched of her being played was from Gumayushi. I believe it also came out from Viper. I forget which game it was, but I think we've seen it a few times now over in the LCK. And the stacking, I mean, usually I think the sweet spot is about like 80 around 20 minutes. But of course, in order to get that, you need to be aggressive and you need to stay in the lane. And one of the big problems that you run into in this meta is the swaps that you often see.
Yeah, great point. I mean, the swaps are really the crucial point, because the classic meta, or the classic matchup, used to actually be, as we see, fighting bot on top of it.
Oh, lots of risk going down. Upset ignited as well. Has to try and dash away. LeBron looking for a couple of extra orders, but doesn't have enough. Upset burning the Ghost to escape.
Yeah, and it looks like the Nautilus line pick actually working out really well, even in the individual 2v2 matchup. The Renata doesn't really have that high impact in the lane when you compare the Seri to the Senna. The Senna being so powerful, as we see Oscar being very, very... what are those? Are those pandas?
Yeah, little pandas, man.
Yeah.
Oscar wants to go to Worlds this year.
Killed with cuteness!
He's also very cute. Look at little Lar.
But that's part of the power of the Yorick. You can have all of these ghouls ready to spawn, all of these tombstones in the lane, and then you hit your Morning Mist, and all of them will spawn and jump onto the champion that you've hit that Morning Mist on.
Razork.
He's fine. No way he gets caught here.
He's not fine.
No way! Oh, he has to flash. Okay, maybe he does get caught here. There's the charm follow-up. Aegis Assault not going to block any damage. Stumon on the board for G2.
That ward on the entrance to G2's jungle, our observers highlighting it for us now, is what spotted that out for G2. The collapse comes through them from Lebrov, and we are seeing his impact here in Game 2, doing very well in the bot lane trades and catching Razork out. Means it is first blood to G2.
Cheeky by Razork trying to go for that, and here we see another attempt.
Oh, Broken Blade about to go Mega. This is going to be really difficult for Oscar to escape. Dark Procession goes out, but Skewen's able to dodge to the side of it. Broken Blade goes Mega, jumps forward, doesn't have any follow-up. Oscar has to burn the flash. And G2 will take that summoner off the Fnatic top.
Yeah, look, he has Doran Shield, he has second wind, he has the biscuits, and he has the cloth armor. That man is not dying. When he goes low, he has so much regen, and also crucially, the Yorick Q gives you 10% missing health when you use it. So the lower you are, the more healing you get from you use it. And it means it makes Yorick deceptively tanky in the early laning phases, but just because how much regen he has when he's low.
And the wave state's not too bad for him either. That wave is pushing into him. He's already level 5 as well. In an ideal world, he can set up a bit of a freeze, but here's Razork.
Razork looking for Broken Blade. Try and get the double jump, didn't quite land it. Dark Procession not able to keep Broken Blade close, far enough away from the wall
there was
to stop the flash.
A very narrow window there where if he'd flashed, he would have just flashed into the wall. But he gets the spacing right, and now both top laners find themselves without a flash.
Razork looking for Caps in the mid lane. Caps still has his flash, but just burnt his teleport with the wave pushing in. Should be able to catch it. Lebrov was roaming up towards mid and is caught out by all of Fnatic. Upset gets Fnatic's first of Game 2.
It looks like LeBron walked into... Oh my god,
Nice
Ashen never
charm.
stops.
Nice charm, humanoid! Bail out into the shield, Mickey! Saving his mid laner with that shield, you have to feel. Humanoid able to walk away.
Caps' auto attack didn't quite do enough damage to finish off the kill. If he had gotten level 6, that would have been a kill. But luckily for Humanoid, he gets away just barely with his life. Now, we talked about wave states. Broken Blades found himself with a very good one in the top lane. Oscar will likely be forced to stick around to try and fix this wave. But now he finds himself in a precarious position. The good news for him is that Skumon isn't there. The question is, does he know that Skumon isn't there?
Right, so Oscar can stick around because he has the Maiden. This wave's just going to shove in now. Like, as soon as you bring Maiden to the battle, it's like, okay, that wave is immediately going to get forced under Broken Blades. Tower forced away as well with that Morning Mist, so in the end, Oscar and him won't really care too much. He can just back around the corner, still has that teleport if he needs to get somewhere quickly.
Big CS lead though for Oscar. He's 20 CS up on this Gnar, which is not really like, I think this matchup doesn't really become that good until way later into the game. So really, really nice display of the individual mechanics by Oscar, but the action never stops.
Again, like Skumon and LeBron invading together here, but Caps is nowhere near them. Seismic shove, Skumon dashes forward, and Fnatic immediately collapse. We talk about disjointedness, a lack of connection in G2. Fnatic are punishing it really well.
One thing I'll also mention is a lack of respect for Upset Spark Surge. The E on the Zeri, your ability to collapse on a fight is so quick because you can use the terrain.
Hook onto Humanoid. Caps dashes forward through the Unraveled Earth, though. Gonna get stunned up by Razzle, who dives in. But Spirit Rush away from Caps will get him to relative safety.
You'll notice how in game 1, it was very timid. Both teams very slow, patient, not overforcing. Game 2, all right, warmed up now, the rust is off, everyone's feeling the confident on the stage, and now there's a lot more scrappiness. But it is Fnatic that is overall coming out ahead. In the mid lane matchup, Cap finds himself with another advantage over Humanoid, but the rest of the map is very much going in the favor of Fnatic, especially as Razzle and the Fnatic bot side collapse quickly onto Skumon and LeBron.
Han's currently sitting on 22 stacks on the Senna. In case it's been a while since you've seen a Senna, I've accidentally covered it up with my circles. I'm sorry, I'm not used to drawing circles on this. It's there, 23 stacks on the Senna so far. So has hit that first breakpoint on Senna. Stacking every 20, you get more of those stats. Wallop coming out from Broken Blade into the Dark Procession. He's in the cage. The Maiden chasing him down as well, but with Skumon on his way, Oscar realizes he might be the one in a little bit of danger. LeBron coming around the corner as well. There's the Cyclone. Oscar will be taken out. Bailout won't save him. Grand Starfall coming in immediately into the hook. Razzle dive forward. Looking for Skumon, who flashes away himself. The Riptide from LeBron will get the slow into the concussive blows as well for a bit more CC. LeBron trying to get in range to maybe hook himself away. Flashes away. There's the hook, and he manages to get to safety. LeBron plays that exceptionally.
LeBron's mechanical play there was amazing. The fact that he auto-attacked the Pantheon to give Skumon the time to space him away from the Pantheon-empowered Q and got out there with the nick of his life.
Upset going in. Oh, last embrace. Killed a minion there, so immediately procced onto Upset. He couldn't chase any further forward with that crash, burst lightning. Caps now going in onto Humanoid. Seismic shove going to try and get him away. Humanoid does still have flash here. Will he use it? The answer is a definitive no. G2 claim the feat of warfare with their third kill of the game, but for it, they lose 3 grubs on top.
So it's G2 that are finding picks across the board. They find a pick onto Oscar in top lane. Caps gets a solo kill onto Humanoid in bot lane. And while I was skeptical about the Ahri pick, they make it work as Caps continues to find advantages for himself.
It's a nice little solo bolo as we see the top side fight. Now, crucially, Yorick does not have the Maiden. And when you don't have the Maiden, you don't have that kind of all-in threat that you usually do, and a lot of the damage you usually have is gone. So now if Broken Blade can look to find a fight before he gets that online once again, this is one of your best timings to look.
Steel Caps for Oscar in though. Caps caught out a little bit here. Skumon's going to dive forward onto Humanoid. Weaver's Wall coming out. Skumon able to survive for the moment with the Seismic Shove coming back. He has no escape. Fnatic find their third. Oscarinin was gnarred underneath the tower, and now Broken Blade can try and chase him in the mini form. Oscarinin has a few of those minions to help him out. Flashes forward, maybe thinking he could land the last rites to get that extra health, but was unable to do so.
A great spacing from Broken Blade with the Ninja Tarbites, as I like to call them. Sorry, the Split Steel Gap they're called right now, but really good spacing. Keeps Oscarinin away, and he tries to get the last little healing with the Q flash, but doesn't end up mattering. And as we said, no Maiden means no all-in threat. and this is Broken Blade's avenue.
And although it's been a very bloody affair, Fnatic have actually got the rule of the roost in terms of the first neutral objectives. You can see gold basically even, but 3 grubs and the first Drake over to Fnatic.
I just love the fact that I feel like everyone is skill checking each other. In
oh, that hook! But Mickey's waiting around the corner. Caps coming in as well with the TP, but LeBron has backup. Humanoid dies. The bailout won't save him. The charm lands onto Mickey. LeBron takes the first kill, lands the hook for Caps to follow up to take number 2. There's the assist for Skumon, there's the kill for Caps.
Bend it like Beckham.
It is action across the rift right now, but it is G2 that continue to find the picks. 6-3 now the kill score. This Ahri is getting very strong very quickly on a side lane. And something that we saw in the previous game, Finn, that you were alluding to was this idea that G2 like to try and play through Caps on side, and they're continuing to find success with it.
And if there's one Ahri I don't want to be fed, it's Caps. When he plays Ahri, he makes magic happen. And here we see the win rate not looking that good, but Caps tries to make his best to change that.
Have another look at this play. It's a bit of lollipopping there onto Humanoid, let's say, as LeBron goes in while the TP finishes from Caps.
Makes the play happen. Skumon is a little bit further away, but Caps has more than enough damage, and of course the Senna ultimate to provide that additional bit of safety. The flash from Broken Blade.
Into the Gnar, into the ward. There's the follow-up with the Cyclone, but the Dark Possession knocks them both in place. Broken Blade, Goomba stomps his way towards Oscar in second. Cyclone hits, and that's the Maiden lost again for Oscar.
And the Maiden is widowed, and Yorick falls down now. They actually don't have the grubs, but still this is really nice from Broken Blade. He's gonna look to get some plates there with the Demolish proc, with the grass, and when he gets there, Trinity Force, this Gnar's gonna become a menace.
Also, takeover lands with the Berserk. Razzle going in for a little bit more CC. Caps has no flash, no Spirit Rush, but maybe the charm's enough for him. Aegis Assault from Razzle will get the shutdown. Meanwhile, the Bob caught underneath the tower. Mickey and Humanoid healthy enough to keep chasing in. Upset with the Lightning Crash, looking for a bit more damage on Hansama. He has to flash away. The Bob looking for the CC on Mickey, but he can't find it. Humanoid takes the tower, and Upset manages to escape.
We've got 12 kills in 12 minutes.
Let's go!
The gold remains even, but Fnatic and G2 are going for each other's throats here in game 2. The tower looking to fall. There will be no response from G2, and that's going to be first tower blood secured by Fnatic.
What a great game so far, honestly. Like, I love the action so far. I love that even Upset is going for the individual play. Look on Hansama. Hansama sidesteps all of the Seri bullets, but it all starts with this pick onto Caps.
How crazy is it that Mickey just walks at him? He doesn't even try to sidestep the charm. Mickey's sidestepping everything, throws out the ultimate. Caps realizes that he has to flash away, but it's still not enough to stop Razzle chasing him down. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, they're just picking apart at Lebrov, setting him up for the inevitable dive. And then meanwhile, in the jungle, you've got Upset stopping the roam coming through. It means that there's no protection here. Upset's forced to flash away and use his summoner spells, but he did his job of keeping Skumon out of the bot lane play.
I just want to say, it's a really small thing that I noticed in that fight. The bailout on Razzle, like, he's never going to die in that situation, but it gives you movement speed traveling towards enemy champions. So he wouldn't have killed with that Aegis Assault unless he gets bailout from Mickey as he walks towards Caps. Just very small little bits of play that Mickey is doing at the moment that is getting his team back into this game. About 300 gold ahead right now. We haven't checked in on Hansama's stats for a little while. He's only at 37, 14 minutes in. He's struggled to really get as many as he'd like, mostly because like, he can't walk through the jungle because Upset keeps stopping him. So he can't get those extra absolutions from his jungler farming camps, which is one of the ways on Senna that you really start to explode those.
I mean, often I think of support Senna being able to just freely roam, right? And so you can just move around the map, you can chip away, look for ganks, kind of work with your jungler to not only work with camps, but also pick apart your opponent HP. But when you're just sitting in mid lane like this, like Upset's not giving him any avenue to go anywhere near him or really build those stacks. But of course, the difference is Hansama is still farming, so he's still getting a lot of items.
Yeah, and crucially, the fact that he has no flash means that he can't even step up and play aggressive to get those stacks. Because usually when you have flash, you can kind of afford to kind of step up a little bit more. But now he just has to play really, really slow because either there's going to be a Talia wall, a Pantheon ult, or a Mickey X flank that is going to catch him without his flash like it happened in game 1, and he's going to die. So it's really tough for that for him.
It's that collapsibility you both talked about in draft, the ability for the Talia and the Pantheon to be in a lot of places on the map really quickly. Next Drake up in 7 seconds time. Razzle and Mickey once again teaming up to invade this bot side jungle, maybe looking to see if Skewmon goes towards his Krugs. Instead, Skewmon's looking towards the mid lane. Will be spotted out with that Scryer's Bloom. G2 don't have control of that river right now. They're trying to get control of the mid wave. LeBrob hooks forward. Shaken back with the handshake. There's the hostile takeover as well, but it doesn't really find anything. Flash hook! The spark surge not enough. There's a dead charge follow-up bailout on upset, but no one's low enough for him to really utilize it. Mickey has to flash away. Razork now in the midst of 3. Another good handshake onto Skewmon. Another good hook from LeBrob. These Qs aren't missing. Humanoid dies to Caps in a 1v1 on the bot side.
And it's LeBrob James with a slam dunk on mid lane. What a crazy hook. 2 in a row, finding upset with flash up. He did not expect that. We don't expect that. No one expected that. And LeBrob actually really stepping up in his game too. I love the individual plays we see from him, and it's really in the zone right now.
Meanwhile, Caps is making it impossible for Humanoid in the side lane as he finds another solo kill. You're seeing Oscar trying to put pressure down on the sideline, but he's also starting to struggle. Caps, though...
Caps is dead. Yeah, there's no real escape from that.
Not much that he can do about that one. Razork using his ultimate to find that.
Oscar has to flash away. TP behind him as Brookblade looks for the Gnar. We'll have the one-up follow-up, so we'll get the one for nil so far. Humanoid coming in. Broken Blade doesn't really have any tools to escape this. Humanoid looking for the chase.
I think he has the
fights.
damage.
Wallops forward. There's the seismic sharp, and Broken Blade has his jump back up, crunches his way to safety.
It's the solo laners of G2 stepping up. We have Broken Blade with a solo kill, Caps with a solo
Mickey
kill.
has no flash. Like, there's no way Mickey survives this. It will be Hansama who secures the kill. Oh, it's Skewmon actually that gets it. Now 5-2-1 on this Wukong.
I mean, where do we even break the game down?
A minute, lads, let's keep going.
It feels like a scrim right now with how these teams are just constantly fighting one another. The pick will allow G2 to set up for the Herald. I don't think Fnatic's in a position to contest, but when we really think about the game state, on a side lane, Humanoid cannot approach Caps. He needs help in order to actually deal with this Ahri on side. Pantheon is monstrous in the skirmishes, but admittedly, Skewmon is not that far behind him. Yes, he's a full level down, but with the Trinity Force completed, this Wukong is going to be offering a lot in the team fights, and all of that doesn't factor in the scaling of the 280 carries. Of course, Upset is slowly ramping up into the game, but as Hansama does the same, the stacking souls is always going to make your late game that much scarier. So overall, I think that G2's just in the better map position right now, given how things are playing out.
And I also feel like maybe this is what G2 needs, because we said that G2 are desynced, they're uncoordinated, but if everyone is just stepping up insanely hard individually, this is maybe your avenue to beat Fnatic. Because I feel like G2 is just individually outclassing Fnatic in every avenue on the map right now. And it's not because they're playing better as a team, it's just because Broken Blade, LeBrob, and Caps, Micro, and what am I saying? Micro is just so strong right now. Oh.
I 100% agree with you. G2 are just constantly putting their foot on the gas, but Broken Blade maybe went a bit too early. Dawning Shadow enough to shield him, but he's hit with a spear from Razork. Now the Aegis Assault coming out. LeBrob gets another hook. They'll get a target Humanoid first, but he has a stopwatch. The Seeker's enough. The hostile takeover still hits the Berserk. Now LeBrob left out to dry as Oscar and Mickey close in. Upset looking to jump across the wall as soon as we praise G2. Fnatic find 2 in response.
Humanoid and Razork getting massive outplay in a 2 versus 3. You talked about how Razork has a 100% win rate on this champion. That should be an example as to why. The way he managed the damage coming through from G2 was flawless. Not only getting a kill, but buying enough time for the Fnatic squad to come and save the day.
I think crucially Broken Blade played a little bit too fast there. He jumps in, not expecting Razork in that bush. And the fact that he dies at the beginning of the fight, he doesn't get a lot of damage out, he doesn't tank up a lot of damage, and he just doesn't really have a big impact in this fight. And Razork with the Thunder Sky, with the Aegis Assault, whatever it's called, he just buys so much time for his team and just creates so much space in the end.
Perhaps missing the charm as well onto Razork means that they couldn't really follow up with too much more damage, even with that Aegis Assault down. Fnatic now have the gold lead, about 700, nothing too consequential. But we're still going along at almost a kill a minute this game. Next Drake up in a minute 30. It is Chem Soul though, so not as contested, although the individual Drake's power still pretty good. We have Artakan coming up in 9 seconds as well, but don't expect either team to really want to fight around that early.
I will say, despite all the fighting, look at the flashes. Almost every flash is up right now. Only Skewmon does not have his flash, which means that I think teams are pretty willing to fight this, because as long as you have those flashes, you can kind of take those avenues more aggressively.
Even the hut has its flash up, guys. Broken Blade's flash, I think, just has a couple of seconds before it's going to come off cooldown as well, but that should be a backup for any future fights. G2 trying to get some vision towards this blue side right now, set up for that Drake in a minute's time. Hans Sommer still stacking up. Weaver's wall hooked out of it, and Hans Sommer's on the right side. Charm wide again from Caps. Skewman looking for a little bit more damage. TP in from Broken Blade. He immediately responded to that, but wasn't really needed. And because of that, Oscar will have TP advantage for the next fight.
Yeah, they've got position over the Dragon, but it's very early, 30 seconds, and you look at the top lane, Oscar with the main now aggressively pushing in that top side, and it seems Fnatic is quite willing to let this go.
I mean, Razork's keeping him at bay as well, right? So Broken Blade can't get across here. That tower's going to fall. Broken Blade was trying to farm up Mega from the Wolves, couldn't get there in time. So it's a tier 2 in the top lane for Fnatic. Riftel charging in the bot side. Upset is here to try and defend, but Captain Skewmond might make him think otherwise. Tier 1 in the mid lane, so 2 towers to 2 towers exchanged across the map.
Yeah, but really good response by G2 there to actually realize, oh, we really messed up. We went a bit too early to Dragon. Let's put the Herald down bot and get those towers so at least we can trade the gold back somewhat. Broken Blade looking to drop that top lane wave and actually move down for this Drake. It really looks like G2 wants to fight this.
Oh, Caps with the charm onto Mickey. Would chunk him out, about half HP. The Celestial opposition, keeping him tanky enough for the moment. Fnatic started up the Drake, it's at 5,000. Hans Sommer stepping forward, another charm. Hostile takeover though from Mickey Buffer. The smite goes down, it's Skewmon who secures it. Razzle going in, there's the Dawning Shadow as well. And look at the seals with the Cyclone coming out onto Razzle and Oscar in. Another charm onto Oscar, he's gonna die. Broken Blade going back in. Another hook from LeBron lands and he manages to walk away with 50 HP. Upset dashing forward and Cap still has a Spirit Burst to spare. Razzle flashes in, Upset kept them on the edge, and now the Grand Starfall for the chase on the Skewmon. But Razzle's gone way too deep, way too fast. The Ancient's Assault doesn't last for ages as G2 get a kill on the enemy jungler to round things out.
The Spirit of Sparta overwhelmed Razork as he finds the spear, but let's go back to the start of the fight. The ulti from Mickey comes through to try and split G2 up, but it's still, Skewmon finds a way into the Dragon Pit to get the steal. Look at the CC that comes through, the knockup onto the backline, connects onto 3. A charm connects onto Oscar to secure that initial kill. A hook comes through from the Broth. Just individually, G2 connect the CC onto the right target, and then Upset tests the waters, and then out of nowhere, Razork finds a beautiful spear, and it's at this point where he says,
I got too excited.
I've got this. Never mind, I may have gone too far.
Yeah, he said, I got too excited. That's exactly what he said.
And we saw it, Razork.
He'd get the double with a spear, which is pretty impressive, though. As continuing on, 24 kills in 23 minutes. The Drake secured for G2, puts them on 2. Humanoid now, though, does still have the flash. Dash in from Skewmon. Good seismic shove as Mickey's caught up towards the top side. Humanoid able to escape. Mickey does not have that same luxury. Caps on the chase. Weaver's wall out from Humanoid, but Caps is looking for Razork instead. The charm, we'll say it missed. It definitely missed. The question is, was Caps playing the mind games, or with Razork just walking away safely? Skewmon's going to start up the Artican here. By his lonesome, did have the clone to help him out. Caps walks through all of the rings of Artican's damage there just to put himself a little bit lower in case a Fnatic decided to fight. They won't. The Artican will go to G2. Oscar is still pushing in that top side.
My goodness. So in terms of state of the game, I mean, the gold is practically dead even, but you've got to look at the atomization. I think the junglers find themselves very even. Oscar and Broken Blade, this is normally the point at which you'd say in the side lane, this is really where the Yorick is kind of going to have that advantage over the Gnar in terms of the extended 1 versus 1. But in terms of AD carry itemization, I know that the Senna items might not look like the scariest, but they are the traditional build that we're seeing on Senna right now. Hans Sommer finds himself at 82 stacks at about 24 minutes, and he's only going to continue to scale as LeBron fishes for a hook.
Once again, there's the charm as well onto Razork. LeBron falling low, hostile takeover coming out from LeBron. Survives for a long time, but in the end, Upset takes him down. And the TP in from Broken Blade slams Fnatic against the wall. There's the charm to follow up. G2 just obliterate Fnatic.
It's a beautiful team fight from G2 as they get themselves the ace. Another hook from the Brov. Yes, he's died 5 times, but he has made those deaths worth it. Setting up his team for success and starting off by finding a nice hook on the Mickey.
Yeah, and look at this fight. Look how Skewmon finds the deep angle, goes around the Shattered Earth, and goes deep onto Upset. Finds a massive cyclone on all the players and really helps Broken Blade find this Gnar, because they're all knocked up in the air and they're all stuck together, and it's just a really, really clean up from the Gnar.
And Baron on spawn for G2 out of it. A clean fight from G2 leads to them ballooning this gold lead. 4K ahead right now. Caps will have a Zhonya's as he recalls. The tower in the top side falls. No one there to hear it, but it definitely did go down. Caps finishes his third item and immediately teleports down towards that bottom side. There's a blue buff there with his name on it that LeBron has already scouted out.
Oh yeah, G2 wants to play fast with this Baron. The fact that Caps TP is down means that they're gonna leave Broken Blade on mid to push down here, and probably gonna look to play really deep in this jungle and get all the control to make it really, really, really difficult for Fnatic to ever enter that zone.
Oh, it has been an action-packed game, and coming into this game we talked about how for G2, when you look at this draft, it is generic isn't the right word, but it's very standard. You know, when we think about a lot of the creativity that they demonstrated this year, a lot of these picks are stuff that you'd see kind of from many teams all around the world, but sometimes simplifying the draft makes it that much easier to execute, and they've had a lot more individual agency, and they've been making a ton of plays. Razork currently staring down the face of his first loss on this champion so far this split, as G2 with the Baron lays siege to the tier 3 towers.
Charm goes wide there from Caps. Broken Blade just shepherding a minion in the mid lane. Upset's going to try and deal with that. Has 2 items on this Zeri. Caps, though, goes in with the charm and down goes Upset. Had the opportunity to flash but didn't use it. Perhaps didn't see over that wall as Caps finds his mark, and LeBron says anything you can do, I can do too. Flash hook on Humanoid. He'll fall as well. On Summer pushing in here, the Maiden will keep them at bay for the moment, but Oscar's now slowed with a piercing darkness, and G2 are adding another name to the list. Oscar falls. It's all on Razork and Mickey to try and defend. They have the hostile takeover, that Renata ultimate may be enough to buy them a few seconds, but they need 15 before Upset respawns.
So only the Nexus Tower's left standing. Razork, I don't think he can defend this.
He was charmed, he was walloped, he was gnarred into the wall. The handshake on Broken Blade will cause him to fall. Mickey finds one, gets that shut down, gets the gold. Mickey still holding on, looking for it. The burst lightning coming out from Upset won't be enough. G2 will even out the series 1-1.
And G2 fights back in game 2. They find so many crucial individual highlights. You can make a montage out of G2 in this entire game. So many crucial moments coming down by Labrov, by Caps, by Broken Blade, even by Skum and Hansam had great games all across the board. Really, really solid play from G2, and very excited to see going to game 3.
I just hope we get that many kills in the rest of the series. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back. See you after this.
Who needs a map?
Ooh. Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
now Broken Blade can try and chase him in the mini form. Oscarvin has a few of those minions to help him out. Flashes forward, maybe thinking he could land the last rights to get that extra health, but...
Look ready? No flash, no flash, no flash. I'm running Ari, I'm running Ari. Is that dead? I win Ari. Next. No flash. Hook two.
With 50 HP, Upset dashing forward, and Cap still has a Spear of Us to spare. Flashes in, Upset!
There is no flash. Nice, huge. I'm going more flash. Nice. Oh my god, nice. Mid.
G2 says, not today. They fight back in Game 2. Shout out to Jeremy, who makes those videos you just saw, and that soundtrack. I felt like I was in Bridgerton, but they were killing each other or something. It was great. The vibes were great, and the vibes were great for G2.
This game was a banger.
Yeah.
So we have to message people to organize stuff today.
Yeah.
And it's like every 3 seconds I look at my phone, I look back up, 2 more deaths. And I'm like, what's happening? It was so fast paced, it was insane.
There was a point where it's like, oh, we got 12 kills in 12 minutes. Okay, fine. We've woken up nice and early today. That's good to see.
It's awesome. It's really, really great to see when it's so back and forth. And I want to call out a couple of specific things because it wasn't starting out in the best manner for Skewmond and Lebrov. And the reason I want to bring that up is because Skewmond in the trailer also said, yes, Lebrov and I do feel like it's kind of on us because G2 was winning everything before we came around. And then the second game when you're down 0-1 starts like this.
And this is also something that happened in that first game. This is now 2 games where we've seen actually they're second to the play. And having a play like this against Fnatic, who does snowball very well, it's not easy to come back from.
And I think especially I can understand what they're trying to achieve. I think the best version of G2 is when they're able to play around Skewmond. And even the last time we saw these 2 teams face up, game 1, it was Skewmond looking for invades, setting up with this team, trying to look to get into the face of Fnatic and win out the game. But it just wasn't happening. They didn't have control over the lanes. They didn't have the support that they needed. And Fnatic punished really well for a time.
For a time. And I wouldn't bring it up just to flame them if there wasn't any accompanying replays that could redeem them, Alex, because they did make up for it. And how?
They did. I think a lot of it was just when they got their cooldowns online, they knew really well how to play around them. But of course, even without that, when it wasn't about the jungle support, just individually, we could see Labrov, fantastic hooks. They did manage to get good vision down. And I think when it wasn't just Skewmond and Labrov, when they had the Ahri coming into it, when they had, of course, the Senna coming into it later as well, that extra little weight to tip the scales made that kind of knife's edge play tip in their favor.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Labrov, though, because this man was on point. This is a guy who has been criticized relentlessly for he's a Realm merchant, he's an Alistar merchant, he doesn't have anything else. His Nautilus today is the reason G2 were able to bring it back. 2 minutes 50 into the game, shuts down Upset in the bot lane. This guy is completely out of the game from then on. Gets him again here. Like, so many of these hooks were critical to the success of G2. And when we talk about how action-packed this game was, one mistake could have made the difference. And Labrov, apart from that first, wander into River, just did not make mistakes after that.
I think what really helps, particularly when you see the last couple of clips there too, is when you get like 1 Senna Q and 1 Senna all over, that is no longer just your baseline Nautilus who dies within the first 3 seconds of a fight. Survived long enough to just be really annoying, buy an extra couple of auto attacks, and it really flips a lot of the fight.
And Professor Nymera, Senna's back, and she's better, question mark, she's got a new build.
Hey, well, I mean, given what we've seen from LCK on the new patch as well, looks like, yeah, Senna is back. Now, there were some changes which meant that Senna had more souls drop from her killing the minions, so this is not fasting Senna, this is her fully farming, which means she's eating good. And it means that, I could probably just be walking over there like a Senna and be like, 100 stacks, I can now speak from over here and hit you from the whole map away. And particularly when you get to build the Shiv first, push out a wave, be safe on your own, which is not typical for a Senna. Senna before would typically sit always in a 2-person unit. With the Shiv, with a bit of extra HP, clearing out the wave yourself, you're happy to do that and use your ult on the side lanes. At that point, you can just be a global threat and actually be quite self-sufficient.
And as you were watching the game, it was kind of dawning on you, right? You were like, okay, I know this build is good, I know this is a different way and a different approach, but when you saw it in conjunction with that Nautilus that just didn't die at the beginning, you were seeing it like kind of come together in front of your eyes.
It just messed with my instincts, because I'm just like, okay, well, Nautilus is dead. Nautilus isn't dead! He's still there!
Yeah.
But it works like, not only for the Nautilus, it's like Wukong wants to dive in and get into your face, so he's getting a ton of health, he's getting a ton of shielding to keep him open throughout the fight. The Nautilus was never dying, and also then, like, as you were talking about during the game, like the Black Cleaver, having that shred through on second item is absolutely insane for someone like a Wukong. He just gets so much value in a fight, so I think across the board, this is something that we're going to see a lot more often as we go through.
But once a series.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I thought, we're going to talk a lot about the Yori, but we didn't really because unfortunately it wasn't that impactful. What's that about? Because we've seen it be very impactful before, but I don't really think it was the York's fault. Or?
I think it's a bit difficult. Like, you even heard the lads on the desk talking about it. It's like, it's not exactly the best of matchups for York, but certainly he had a few fumbles, I would say. Because I think he got the early lead, and I was actually surprised how well Oscar was able to play the early steps. But then we had that weird flash in top lane where he ends up just dying, and then I think York always functions better in the side lane rather than trying to play team fights. But I think with how hectic this game was and everyone trying to group up, it just wasn't the moment for York.
It was kind of his fault, a little.
No, I think what they thought was not a great matchup, double globals to solve it. Obviously they didn't. It didn't bring any value to the team. Now they have to deal with it.
They do. There's one more thing that I want to call up before we go into this next game, and it is Caps' performance. I think he's definitely under a magnifying glass for a lot of people currently because of the way things went. They didn't win winter, and then the way it went in spring. This was a great one-off. I don't want to call it a one-off. That sounded like a flame.
He's under the magnifying glass, but he's kind of burning Humanoid with it because he has been absolutely destroying Humanoid this series. First game, he's up 20 CS in the early stages. This game as well, he's getting the solo kill on it. Like, it doesn't feel like Humanoid has really been able to step up to Caps at all. And Dylan and Falco was kind of talking about on Euphoria, where it's like Caps is always focused on playoffs. He's like, what's the patch? What can I bring out? What can it be? Well, it has been a level up from the regular season.
Humanoid is supposed to be as well. That's always what he tells us, right? He says it's about the playoffs, it's about the international tournaments. Well, we'll see how this mid lane matchup evolves, but for now, I feel like Caps has the upper hand.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I will say Humanoid on the Azir after the laning phase definitely got back into the game. He had a couple of really good slides, but we'll see what happens in game 3. We've been talking a little bit about draft priorities, right? Because we have at least 2 more games to go. What do we feel is like rising in terms of priority for these teams?
I mean, the big one is Yone for me. The Yone Sejuani drafts are kind of like coming really high prio these kind of games. Gwen as well. There's also the Maokai, as you said as well before. Yep. I think there's a lot of champions still up and available that probably will stay banned, in my opinion.
Probably, which means that the pools get much more complicated.
They do.
Obviously, we've seen a number of champions. We haven't seen Humanoid, Aurelion, Sol yet in this series. Orianna is a champion that hasn't been prioritized. Silas, both mid laners, love to play it.
It's G2, Ori Nocturne. Where's the Ori Nocturne, guys? Bring it out, crack it out. There's Draven and the Yone bans to kick us off. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the Maokai still relegated to the sidelines alongside the Kalista.
Yes, this Draven ban is really telling that they want to first pick Kalista.
Yeah.
This is the matchup they want, and now it's up to G2. Do you ban the Kalista, or do you have something to trade or counter it with? That's kind of the situation we're in right now as G2.
So what are we looking at in terms of countering it? You could go for Ashe, which can do okay into the Kalista if you get the slows. Poppy obviously works relatively well into her because she jumps around so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of the Jhin that kind of neutralizes it. It's a solid answer. In general, I think most of the strong laning AD carries that you like into the Kalista are out.
Yep.
The Varus is out, the Corki is out. Even the Senna historically was a decent matchup into the Kalista. You can go for Kate in lane if you really want to put heavily emphasis on shutting down the Kalista, but we don't know.
I think Fnatic are looking at a Kalista Nico right now.
They're definitely looking at the Kalista. Whether the Nico...
Well, the Blitzcrank ban is what?
True.
I'm wondering if that's... Yeah, okay. So it looks like G2 had a similar read. I think that the Nico ban is good, especially when you know that the Kalista is going to be locked in. G2, I mean, Hansama should have an answer.
I think it's a bit of Caitlyn, actually, as we saw in Paris last time.
Just don't invade level 1. That lane becomes a lot easier.
You could also just do Ez if you wanted to play range.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It depends on what G2 is feeling, which kind of approach do they want their draft to take. Things like Nefiri are also still up. We haven't seen it from Skumon so far this split, but it's a jungler that's naturally been very high on priority. You talked about the Sejuani earlier, still available. Hui, first pick.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to pick your AD carry here, right? So Hui is locked in, but I do see perhaps some complications with the lobby. So we'll see if G2 lock in their second pick. We'll see exactly what's going on there, and obviously keep you guys informed as soon as we know exactly what's happening. We'll have that HUD jump down. There was a, Hui picked. There was a Kalista picked. You don't have to pick AD carry till 3 because you know it's not going to be picked away from you anyway if you're G2. Into the Hui, things like the Victor is still available, the Aurelion Soul as well if you just want to scale alongside him.
When it gets away, you have 2 options. You can go for the skirmish heavy style where you pick something that kind of fights away from the mid lane, like the Sylas.
So I got told that the Hui was the wrong pick, which is why the...
Oh, okay.
They originally wanted Zyra.
Zyra?
Zyra,
Okay, interesting.
okay.
Interesting.
That would make me think that they're also looking for the Jace that is still up and available. As we said previously, Zyra with the AD mid lane is the go-to. We will obviously gotta see that when the draft goes back. But I think G2, no matter what you pick, you need to pick a strong avenue if you are not going to counterpick the Kalista.
Yone wasn't banned, was it?
Yes, it was.
It was by G2?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if you're playing Zyra, you kind of want an AD mid, right? So Tristana is the one that jumps up. Lucian was banned away.
But he was also just talking about the Jace.
Yeah, Jace is also an option, right? I'm wondering then if Fnatic go for the Mundo into it. It's a known jungle Mundo is good into the Zyra. You avoid the initial grasping roots. You can just kind of run through them because obviously that first bit of CC doesn't.
But I feel like Razork's more likely to pick a Sejuani into Zyra.
True.
Is my instinct. Yeah. Not necessarily because of the clear speed, but I'm trying to just remember all the things. For some reason in my head, I have it that was what he normally picked into Zyra, rather than he has, you know how normally Skumon picks Mundo into AP junglers?
Yeah.
That's kind of just Razork's behavior.
Xayah is very...
I heard
Xayah, not
Sorry,
Zyra.
my bad.
Okay.
Someone in my ear said Zyra.
Yeah,
and
100%. That's no worries.
My bad.
There's the Poppy into it as well, so that is kind of one of those counters we were talking about when we said if you're going to leave the Kalista open, maybe you go for the Poppy. Zyra also gives herself self-peel, has a root, like she has enough tools to deal with the Kalista.
Yeah, Xayah is crucially very good anti-dive as an AD carry.
Yeah.
And I think this kind of G2 calling out Fnatic, oh, you're gonna look to build a dive cup against us, and now we're gonna pick the Xayah early to kind of stop that. That's really good against all these low-range champions that might end up coming their way.
Fnatic fans going wild for that Gwen pick as well. Did see Doran go 7-0 on it earlier today. Taric Kalista. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
okay, Mickey. Now I'm vibing. Now I am vibing. First Taric of the split.
Was this originally an old school Mad Lions bot lane? I want to say it was Kazi.
You know who it was? It was old Rogue with Woolite and Vander. No, Woolite and Vander. Do you remember that play? How good am I? How good am I? It was Vander brought the Taric back in today.
Yes. That is old school. Oh, and we're going to get Broken Blades undefeated Jax. So far, undefeated champions don't have the best track record today. But I do like the direction that G2 have gone for. Like, they've just responded to all of Fnatic's picks. I think both Xayah and Poppy are great into the Kalista, and then they've decided to pick up the Jax as a skill matchup into the Gwen.
So Taric, I'm going back to the Taric because I'm really excited about this. 3 picks so far in major regions this year. 0-3. It's been played by On, Lehens, and Life, and none of them have managed to win with it. See, Mickey, give me the first to do so.
But I wonder if it's because they thought that Poppy was a support. Because I think if this Poppy goes into the jungle and you counterpick this Taric with something like a Rakan maybe together with Xayah, I think you can end up with a really strong bot-side matchup. Because I think into the Poppy the Taric makes perfect sense, but against something else, a blind pick Taric is not something we usually see at all ever. It's usually almost a counterpick against heavy dive comps.
Now what's really interesting is how the mid lane has become the focus. Orianna gets taken away by G2, and then they ban the Aurelion Sol. Of course, even though Caps hasn't played Aurelion Sol this split, it's easy to forget that he was one of the OG Aurelion Sol players, and he was a big fan of the rework. The Victor now follows through. So we're getting very deep into this mid lane pool, given that Azir, Akali, Taliyah, and Ahri are already gone, and now we've gotten 4 more added to the pool with Yone there as well.
And crucially, both teams are drafting very heavy anti-dive, which kind of makes the only mid laner that I think is still meta, Sylas, kind of unappetizing to pick right now, because you don't want to pick Sylas against something like a Kalista, Taric, Gwen, or a Poppy, Xayah, Jax. You really want that range champions. Like the Jace, to me, is like probably the strongest pick around in the mid lane right now, but we're going to have to see what these people want to prioritize, because that means you need an AP jungler.
Interestingly, Mickey actually played a lot of Taric Kalista on G2 last year. He won against BDS with it, playing into a Rel Varus as well. So it is a combination we've seen from Mickey plus his bot lane. There's the Rakan, the Poppy flex, great call on that. Skarner now locked in. Fnatic looking for the Hui as well. So where will G2 answer? Or how will G2 answer that Hui? As you say, Betty, a lot of mid laners already banned out. Looking for a bit of magic damage if you can find it for G2.
It might just be Sylas. I mean, Aurora isn't good. Is it a Galio angle, maybe?
Let's see it, Caps. What do you have for us?
Ooh, bit of an LPL call out. The Annie hover. The Annie lock in. Okay, so snap, fast burst engage, primarily played around the flash on the Annie. Your ability to just kind of force that engages. I know that recently some changes were made to her where they tried to take some power out of Tibbers and put it elsewhere into her kit to give her more upfront and early game power. As a champion into Hui, she's probably not going to do that much, primarily just farm and kind of just accept the fact that she gets a little bit outranged in terms of the straight up 1v1. But in terms of the composition, I think G2 have a lot of great team fighting tools with both the Jax, the Xayah, and the Rakan engage to set it for the Annie follow-up or be the initiator.
To me, this Annie kind of strikes me as a champion where he doesn't want to fight in mid. He wants to fight anywhere that's not mid lane. He wants to either fight in the river or try to kind of hard force that mid lane push and go to the side lanes, because this way will take time to scale up. Sure, he's gonna have kind of control in the lane, but he also has to respect the flashing edge of the Annie, so hopefully Caps can try to impact the map more, because in the mid lane 1v1 matchup, it's not really gonna be his place to be.
I mean, when we saw Annie mid a lot at MSI 2023, it was about put Tibbers down, clear the wave, go somewhere else, get to another lane, roam around. It's something we actually saw a lot at the start of this year as well, and even in the middle of like going into spring, was roaming mid laners, getting to other places. Symbiotic Souls was a big thing in mid for a little while, because it was how quickly can you influence the rest of the map. For Fnatic, the composition a little bit more standard. Lots of damage from top, lots of damage from mid, and an AD carry that can dominate lane. For G2, a few little spanners in the works. The question is, who will take the lead in this best of 5?
Now, I may be overthinking it.
Oh, here we go.
But the moment we got into game, the first thing Hans Summer does is ping Mickey, and then he emotes with a bit of a laughing.
I mean, they played it together.
I mean, that's the thing. So I'm wondering if that's a bit of a call out, because of course they do have that history together. Upset now the one piloting this Kalista. It's exciting to see former bot lane brothers going up against one another. So far, I will admit, Hans Summer and Labrov have been getting the better. Ooh, upset.
Labrov?
That's a flash.
Yeah, flash is
So again, I was just about to say Hans Summer and Labrov in the 2 versus 2 have been winning on the trades. We've seen Upset and Mickey having to burn summoners early in just the straight up 2v2, and while Hans and Labrov haven't gotten any kills, they've still been just getting the better in terms of the trading, and already here in game 3 they get Upset's flash.
Yeah, and with Upset no flash and the support counter pick, my eyes, E-start from the Caps actually saw that. Yep. But my eyes are on Labrov right now, because I think he's the one that needs to make this work.
And Summer has to cleanse away. Upset's going to get knocked up here though. And Summer looking for a little bit more damage. Mickey still trading in. Guardian proc. There's the slow from Upset with the Rend, but won't find too much more. Both the bot lanes going at it with picking up from game 2 already. At a quick look, Mickey's only lost 3 Taric games in his history. One of them was against G2 when he was playing for XL, and 2 of them are against T1 and BLG. The rest of them he's won. So he has a pretty good track record on the tower. He's going to land the stun. Labrov looking for the knockup. Hans Summer down to 250 HP. Upset getting chunked out as well. Eel still available for both sides.
Mickey is just doing so much damage if he's able to get on top. Of course, once he gets that heal, these trades are going to be so much scarier now that he's ticked over to level 2. Looks like that he has picked that one up.
I think one of the things people forget about Taric is when you cast a spell, when you use an ability, your next 2 auto attacks have extra damage and 100% extra attack speed.
Yeah.
So it's really easy just to hit a stun, walk up, boom, boom, walk away.
Oh, Skewmont.
Skewmont did very interesting clear here, yeah. Still has both his buffs up and available. I think he came down here to make sure his bot lane is fine. They're not getting dove by the Skarner. And now he's going to clear back onto the top lane, up to Broken Blade. But that means now Razork is almost going to be finished with his full clear after he does his red buff. And he's going to have a lot of free time to sit around in this bot lane and make laning a living hell for the G2 bot lane right now. Because he's going to have so much time to just sit here and be so annoying.
I will say though, the wave state is really good for Hans Summer. He's got the wave parked in a nice spot as Broken Blade finds a nice trade in the top lane. We did mention earlier that Broken Blade is undefeated this split on the champion, and we'll see if he can maintain that record in this best of 5. Razzle covering around just as Finn discussed. Overall, looks like nothing too crazy is happening. Skewmont needs to go back to base. He needs to get back to his topside clamps, which again, still haven't been cleared out yet.
Yeah, Skewmont sat around there for so long, and now Razor can just stay here if he wants to. if G2's bot lane is still under threat, they can still look to attack this. This does have his red buff up and available, but I don't think he needs to go there if he thinks there's a bot lane play available.
That was a flash from Mickey.
He was looking to burn the heal, I think, or as many summoners as possible. He does get the heal out of the Prob, and now Razork is waiting around the corner. Hansama has cleanse back up, still has that flash, but flash in from Razork into the dazzle stun. Fnatic get first blood, it goes to upset. LeBron should be able to clear out this wave underneath the tower, as Skewmon still has some path towards his top side. Comes to try and cover his support.
Well, that really stings. That really stings for G2, because Skewmon came down here to defend the dive, skipping his top side camps, but the dive happened before he made it, and now he has to do the walk of shame towards top lane and get all his camps. He's 16 minions to 25, and now the matchup becomes really difficult for the G2 bot lane, because now Fnatic, I assume, is gonna look to bounce this wave and set up a nasty freeze.
Yeah, I mean, Finn, everything went the way that you expected, and Razork punished appropriately. He still left his red buff up, but he's moved back towards his topside camps. He's now going to start clearing them out. Meanwhile, Skewmon only just now getting back onto his Raptors respawn, and he still hasn't even cleared either his red or his Croaks yet.
Yeah, and we see actually Fnatic, just like they did game 1, initiating a swap. They're putting their Kalista against this Jax, and I think that's because they believe that the Gwen is going to struggle against the Jax, and they really want to keep the tempo high on the game and try to make sure that Gwen can farm somewhat.
You can see Brokenblade immediately TPing down to the bot lane. He knows where his bread is buttered. He knows the matchup he wants. You mentioned it a couple of times, Vedi, but he is currently undefeated on this Jax this split, 5-0. With about 24% of his team's damage, doing quite a good job on the Jax overall. Caps and Humanoids still trading in the mid lane, but Oscar is definitely the worst for wear in this 1v1.
One thing I don't really like about this swap though is that now they actually swapped away from the junglers clear. So even though they are really strong, they can't actually play that aggressive because the jungler's not there, but
Brokenblade hits 6, Grandmaster's Might coming out, trying to trade with Oscar and Razork through the wall. Ishtar's impact flashed away by Brokenblade. Razork not yet 6. Can't use that Impale, and Brokenblade able to leap strike his way to safety, but now summonerless as Caps looks for the chase onto Humanoid. There's Tibbers, good fear. With the Grim Visage means that Humanoid stays alive. Tibbers here should be able to help clear out this wave. As you can see, doesn't really do too much damage at the moment.
I will see. That was quite a funny moment of like Season 1 champ versus Season 13 champ, because Wei just feared, did more damage in exchange, and then gave himself a shield, and then was like, cool, nice burst, Danny. Still though, Cap's trying to force the mid laner out, but it looks like G2's looking for a play.
Nice, really nice positioning from Skewmon. Immediately jumps in, they dive forward to Oscar and Skewmon was waiting in the wings for his time to strike upheaval out from Razork. He lands it, but Brokenblade healthy enough, pops the potions, and he's okay.
That's why he never loses, baby. Solo kill for Brokenblade coming in. Really nice play by him. Holds the counter strikes. Oscar kind of thinks he won't go for it, and then he has the max range leap strike and gets the damage with the Shin proc. Really well played by Brokenblade, and he's doing so much in this game. He dodged that first gank and then was able to play aggressive when his jungler was behind him.
So now we find ourselves in a situation where Fnatic have their bot lane as their core, as their strength, whereas G2 has their top lane as the player that they want to try and play through and continue to get success with. Look at the advantage that Brokenblade has built individually, just under 800 gold. He basically has a full level over Oscar. Meanwhile, for Upset, he has about a half a level over his lane opponent, but it's only about a 400 gold lead, and it's nothing too significant yet. So G2 setting themselves up very nicely here in the early game.
Yeah, and I know that Gwen is a scaling champion, but this matchup does not get easier for the Gwen. Jax also scales immensely strongly into this matchup. He's probably going to roll up with the Mercs later, considering all the magic damage, and it's going to be a menace both in the side lane and in the team fights, assuming he can keep his curve going and kind of get his 1-2 item spike.
Now that we're 8 minutes into the game, I kind of want to come back to the point about this Kalista in draft, right? Because Kalista lane dominant, the expectation is you should be able to use her well to get leads. Labrov's going to jump away here, impale out from Razork, dodge with the Featherstorm, but Labrov dodges back and survives. Root Caller coming out from Hansama as well to get the root onto Upset. And Mickey are winning out in the 2v2, but haven't got as larger lead perhaps as they would have hoped.
Rov just barely getting away with his life as Caps drops another burst in mid lane. Looks like he's not going to get much off the back of it though.
The aura damage from Tibbers, like the AoE magic damage it does after you've done the initial burst, was over-halved on the most recent patches. So after the Tibbers comes down, you don't really have much more damage ticking away.
Meanwhile, the grubs are going to be secured by Fnatic. Skewmon is in the area, seeing if there's something that he could maybe steal, maybe a small mistake from Razork that gives him an opportunity to jump in. But unfortunately, without Labrov present, they just don't have the numbers, and Razork will secure those early grubs. Mickey ticks over to level 6, and now they set the sights on the Hans. Hans doesn't have the ult.
There's the dazzle, cleanse away. Hans Summer underneath the tower gets the root, but the Cosmic Radiance comes out. Upset flashes forward. The bait's core will be enough, but with the rend. Flash away from Labrov, but the follow-up from Mickey. Labrov will fall 2 kills, and just as I doubted them, the Fnatic bot lane comes to life.
And they've constantly whiffed gank after gank, but this bot lane really steps up now, showing why they first with this Kalista, showing why the priority is so high, and showing why Upset thinks you should always ban Kalista against him. The Draven is out, the Lucian is out, he gets the Kalista, and he makes it work. Really nice play by both Mickey and Upset, and really taking charge of this game that was slowly slipping out of their fingers.
Hans Summer just overstays. He's played this matchup before with Mickey, and he knows that without his ultimate, he has to respect the dive. Mickey's got his ulti available. He connects the stun, immediately throws out the ulti, but then they also have the Kalista ultimate to reset the tower aggro as well. So they go for the dive, they find the execution onto Hans Summer. I mean, it's a flawless dive from the Fnatic bot lane.
And the Labrov 6 is a very different state of affairs. Double Charm gets them away from his AD carry. The Rend not in range would have changed things immensely. 8,400 the lead for Upset now on this Kalista. And I'd be remiss to not talk about what a split this guy is having. Upset topping the All-Pro, having the absolute time of his life on Fnatic here in Spring.
Oh, it certainly is a phenomenal split from him. I think one of the biggest conversations we've had about Upset is his aggression. Right, something that in the past he was criticized for. He has been ruthless with how often he follows up on the engages that we've seen from Razork, and I think we see another demonstration of if he has trust in his team that the play is a good one, then he is not afraid to make it. But of course, on the side of G2, while bot lane isn't going well, Broken Blade is having the time of his life. A 900 gold lead individually for him, a 24 CS lead.
Oh, Caps! He just TP'd into the top lane. The rest of his team's nowhere near. Upset cleanses away. Caps! He perhaps thought the rest of his team would be close enough to follow this up, but he's going to get chased out by Upset. Mickey gives him vision in the bush, and there's the Rend. Tibbers on the chase. Labrov coming in as well, but he doesn't manage to land the knock-up. Skewmon eventually will find it for him. Mickey now chasing in. Labrov hits 6, lands the quickness onto Mickey and Humanoid. Razork on his way across the spiraling despair. It's agony for G2. They manage to pick up another, but they lose 3 for it.
The aggression from G2, I mean, you get the idea, but they threw everything and the kitchen sink just to kill Upset. So much was spent to try and lock down this AD carry. Oh, Caps also takes a huge amount of damage on the way up. And even though he connects the ulti onto Upset, the immediate cleanse comes through. They don't quite connect the stun with Mickey. But then, like Caps, he has nothing left in the tank. Labrov arrives, but then the second half of the fight, I mean, they just take too long to kill Upset.
Yeah, I will say that I see the vision if he was full HP like he thought, but the fact that Humanoid gets the chunk on him before he TPs means that he couldn't buy enough time for his team to arrive. So I really like the idea, but the fact that he did it on vision in front of Humanoid was maybe not the best decision. Really good punishment by Fnatic, getting so much needed gold, and they keep snowballing this game.
And now it's not just Upset who's ahead. Humanoid is 1.5k ahead in the mid lane as well. Upset did die, but he is still an absolute mountain. Even Broken Blade, who has had such a strong early game, can't really deal with him. Looks like he's going to recall. Expect him to have his Triforce on this base. Does have that teleport as well. Labrov with no quickness has to dash away from the Dazzle. Doesn't really have a teammate here to help defend this tower, but Fnatic aren't going to play for it. Next Drake up in a minute 50. First one was secured by G2.
I mean, right now, this game will very much be all about Upset versus Broken Blade. Do not think that G2 are completely out of this game just yet, of course. It's a great early start. The gold lead that Fnatic has is monstrous, only 13 minutes into the game, but Broken Blade is still a win condition for G2. And Fnatic are prone for overstepping, getting caught, and it's something that G2 will have to try and punish.
Razork there with the Imperial Lich Tower's impact coming out as well. The Keeper's Verdict used afterwards. Broken Blade going in with a counter-strike, but immediately the Cosmic Radiance used by Mickey. to make sure G2 couldn't find any more out of that.
Poppy ultimate coming in clutch there, and that's another factor when it comes to the team fights. Sumon's ability to just remove people from the fight is very valuable as Broken Blade, he jumps in.
He jumps in. There's the counter-strike quickness for the follow-up. They're looking for the damage. The charm onto Razzle means the Ishtar's impact won't connect. And now G2 in a 3v2 as Upset's already fallen. Mickey, Flash about to come back off cooldown. He continues to try and trade in with that bravado, but he's not brave enough to survive. G2 find 2.
And it's Upset versus Broken Blade, and Broken Blade comes out on top. The top laner finally stepping up. Usually top laners complain that bot lane is always carrying harder, but here Broken Blade shows why he's undefeated on Jax. He shows why he should be talked about as one of the best top laners in the league, and he's really doing everything in his power to carry this game.
And we've wanted to see that coordination with Labrov and Skumon, and we got to see it there. The snap engage, knowing that a lot of resources were used. So first of all, Razok uses his ultimate here. Then Mickey uses his ultimate right here as well. So G2 kind of got the summoner spells out that they wanted. Now, if Fnatic overstay, G2 saying, hey, we can play this. They don't have anything left. It looks overkill, but Skumon keeps Razok out of the fight. A flash stun into double knocker. Just the coordination is flawless, and they get that initial kill onto Upset. With him gone, the damage is gone, meaning the Broken Blade can get himself another kill.
Yeah, and a big gold influx here for the Broken Blade. He's gonna look towards getting that Sundered Sky really, really soon. And when he gets those 2 items, that's when he becomes so unkillable in these team fights. Constantly getting those grass procs and those Sundered Sky procs out, sustaining for so long. But my big eyes are still on Caps. He has TP available, and I feel like he's had a pretty quiet game. And I would love to see him try to include himself more in these plays, because the Annie is not really one of those late game scaling champions. You really want to see her make use of that flash cooldown, which is now up and available.
Yeah, as much as G2 won the last fight, Humanoid still managed to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. They still have a 2k lead on Humanoid and on Upset. Like, Fnatic are still in a really strong position. It's just Broken Blade they have to worry about. If he gets on your backline unabated, obviously that's going to be an issue, but you have a few tools to abate him. You have Oscarinin diving in response. You have Humanoid with the Grim Visage, that fear instantaneous to cast. If you jump forward into it, you're just going to be knocked back immediately.
I mean, this is also why we say so much of the responsibility falls on Broken Blade's shoulders, because look at how removed from the game Hansam is. That's the ulti onto Labrov.
Going to dash across, and you can see Humanoid was waiting for it, but Labrov chunked out massively there.
And this is the thing, right? Hui gets to a point where his range becomes very difficult to deal with, and Annie loves shorter range champions because of how quickly she can step engage onto you, but Humanoid often showcasing that respect to playing at arm's length.
Or not. I'm still looking at Cap's TP and Broken Blade's TP because now they're both up and available, and I really do feel like what is important for G2 to win these fights is flanks. They can't play front to back, they can't go from the normal angles, so they need to get really creative with dodging vision, getting from 2 different or 3 different angles together with Rakan and getting onto Upset. Either one-shotting him or forcing out that Taric ultimate.
Also, the Blighted Jewel coming out from Caps, just because there's 3 Merc Treads already on the side of Fnatic. They are very respectful of the CC that's coming through from G2. With the Dragon, of course, gone, Rift Herald becomes the next big objective, and already Labrov is investing vision on the top side of the map. Mickey now making his way up to try and contest some of this vision. It's a bit of supportal combat that we are on our way towards.
Severing Bolt is going to land on Labrov. Ishtar's impact coming in from Razok, but Labrov can just dash away. 2 items already for Humanoid. Has the Horizon Focus and that Balefire Torch.
Well, I guess it's depending on your perspective. AP, it's supposed to do a lot more damage now.
Oh, yes. It does quite a lot. But the problem for G2 is, even though Broken Blade has been in this really strong position, he trades up here with the Grandmaster's Might, the Camp Strike coming out as well. There's the stun, but doesn't really want to follow up. Oscarinin dashes forward. Skumon coming around the side. Broken Blade will look for it. Oscarinin flashes. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Cap's still pushing in. Broken Blade almost down. Counter Strike again. Oscarinin might fall first as Humanoid can't kill Broken Blade in time. Will get the kill in the end. The rest of Fnatic beginnings to collapse. The Impel flashed away by Skumon. Camps continues to push through bot. Rift held, now summoned for Fnatic. They want an extra member to replace Oscarinin.
Fnatic, I mean, I think that was an overstep from Oscar trying to go for the fight. Stun comes through from Mickey. The Herald will crash down, and it's looking to be towers traded. Upset
dashes in. Ishtar's impact from Razor. On Summer, not enough damage to really work his way through the Fnatic front line right now. You can see Razor tanky enough. Back coming out from Caps as now he TPs in. Broken Blade 4 seconds before he's able to join the fight. Skewman looking for that flank position onto Humanoid as well, with no vision in the bush. The counter TP comes out, Caps goes in. There's Tibbers, Humanoid falls low, inside impact. Cosmic Radiance as well. They need to kill Humanoid before he comes down, but now he's invulnerable. Caps forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. Humanoid forced away. Caps falling low. Upset stunned up. Mickey the next target as Broken Blade dives forward again with a leap strike. LeBron going in. Flash from Broken Blade. He's going to kill him. Upset. No, he's not. Snip from Oscarinin. He keeps Upset alive. G2 begins to collapse as Oscarinin now needs to run for his life. He should be able to escape. Levov's still chasing forward, but Oscarinin can skip and slash his way away. Flash forward from Levrov. Caps has the stun lined up. Hallowed Miss will buy him a second, but he's still stunned up. Skewmon slams him into the wall and sends him to meet his maker.
And it's a 3-for-1 for G2. Finally finding that flank tape we were talking about. Caps TPing in early. Knowing Broken is coming, gets a 2-man ultimate with Tibbers. And despite Taracle trying to save all of them, Broken Blade buys so much time here with the counter-strike and a 3-man stun. Slightly kiting back, but now suddenly all the CDs are gone, and now G2 can click forward. Really well played there. Broken Blade almost kills Upset. It's so close, but in the end, G2 clean up the fight. A 3-for-1. Really nice find by G2, and a bit of a slight overstep from Fnatic.
I will also say that a lot of the skill shots from Humanoid just were not hitting. They were either being dodged away from by G2, or he just wasn't able to connect the severing bolts. This meant that with a lot of that damage gone and Caps just kind of running around, having the threat of the stun always ever present, meant that G2 was able to come out ahead. The kills remain largely even. The gold, of course, largely unchanged. The dragon spawning soon, and that becomes the next objective that our teams set their sights on. Upset completing that second item is a big pickup for him, but the Void Staff finish for Caps is going to give him a lot more burst.
Yeah, and look at the summoner spells.
We don't have time.
They have no
happening again. There's the Impale. Broken Blade looking for the counter-strike as well. Doesn't quite land on Humanoid. He's feared away with the Grim Visage. Humanoid able to run away for now. Gleaming Quill will heal the Brother. Broken Blade on that front line. Takes the Spiraling Despair back. Severing bolts enough. Humanoid finds Broken Blade, and now G2 are the ones on the retreat. Lebrov down to 200 HP, has to dodge away from the Severing Bolt. Upset chasing Caps as well. Does have the stun, but with the bait's call, he won't have time to use it. Caps down, Humanoid unstoppable as he claims his second of the fight.
This time round, Humanoid was connecting. He did the damage that his team needed, and Arakan is an open objective. G2, they tried really hard to force that fight, but with some nice spell management from Humanoid, they could not quite lock him down.
And I was gonna say that Fnatic had no flashes, so there was a really good time for G2 to fight, but they go a little bit too deep. They're a little bit too overzealous, and he can't dive through all that AoE damage from this wave. He got so much damage out there.
It's also the position you're fighting in. This is such an easy choke for Humanoid to land spells, right? You can see Broken Blade jumps forward, immediate Grim Visage into him. There's the suppression as well. Spiraling Despair goes out, and now you're stuck with this massive AoE slow ultimate as you're all trying to retreat.
Stuck between an Atakan and a Skarner, and I don't know what's more unpleasant, but either way here they chase down Caps. The Timbers don't do enough to stop Upset from pursuing, and it's a 2-for-0 in the favor of Fnatic.
And notice how every time G2 find a fight, it feels like the gold barely shifts.
Yeah.
But Fnatic win one fight, now they've gained 2k more. 4.3 now the difference between them. Third item very close to being completed from Humanoid. The third item being worked on by Upset.
Oh, Flash, but the Keeper's Verdict chase him down. This is going to swing the gold a little bit, Betty. 1k into the pockets of Hans Summer.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pick. That was a much needed pick as well. Nicely played from G2. And again, like this caster curse, so powerful.
So
You'll learn how
so powerful. I mean, credit to Skewmon there as well, predicting the flash with the Keeper's Verdict, so he aims it the right way. Humanoid flashes into it, and G2 get the follow-up. I was going to say as well, part of the reason G2 haven't been able to claw some of that gold back is they've only taken a single tower this game. They've only taken that bot lane tier 1. Top still stands, even though Broken Blade had that dominant early game because of the swap that came out of Fnatic. And Caps has never been able to pressure that mid lane tier 1 either.
Yeah, and now Hans Summer opens that with a nice tax return influx of gold. He has the Infinity Edge and the Yuntals looking towards that third item, and now this Saya will really start to shred. Yeah. And this is becoming the moment where Fnatic no longer can dive through her, and they really have to start playing with only the Wei in these team fights, because Wei is now your only avenue to safely harass the team of G2.
It's very true. Hans Summers had a game where he's been put very far behind. Dying in that top lane dive, resulted in this massive CS discrepancy and a huge denial of gold, but now getting that 1k shutdown, absolutely massive for him. Baron spawning in about a minute and a half. Fnatic, they've largely left the top side of the map open, allowing Caps to get that push through. Mid lane waves continue to be caught as Fnatic get deeper into G2's bot side jungle.
Look at the flank wards though. There's a couple of wards behind Fnatic here and double TP available to G2.
Oh, as you say,
coming around. There's the TP coming out from Caps as Skewmon looks for the chase. Humanoid knocked up, has no flash. The charm onto Humanoid as well. Cosmic Radius comes out just in time to save the Fnatic mid lane. Tim is there as well. Good double stun. The Spiraling Surveyor is going to do a huge amount of work. An upset begins to open up on Summer. Caught out by Oscar in towards the backside. That Cosmic Radiance perfectly timed. Skewmon will get one in response, but G2 have already lost 4 of their players. Fnatic still chasing Skewmon out. The Ishtar's impact won't catch up. Razork, he wants to kill his enemy jungler. Upheaval goes wide, and now Skewmon should just be able to charge his way away.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Medic. That Cosmic Radiance from Mickey was a game changer. The fact that G2 found what felt like a perfect wombo combo, a perfect symphony of plays, but they just couldn't quite kill anyone because of that ulti from Mickey.
And look at the Taracle, but also look at his Kalista ult. Immediately after, he's gonna pull in Mickey and land a massive knockup on the entire team in the Way ult. And it's just so much CC, so much damage, so much protection, all in massive circles, and Fnatic just can't do no wrong.
And because G2 have gone so deep, Hans Summer never really gets the opportunity to join the fight. Oscar in and jumps on him immediately, and that shred that we talked about with the Xayah with 2.5 items just wasn't there. Upset at 3 items now. Humanoid on his way to his 4th. They are so strong. Oscar Rinin has taken a gold lead over Broken Blade, about 800 gold ahead right now, and is at 2 items himself as well. Broken Blade now relegated to bot lane duty, 2 levels behind his lane opponent.
I'm pretty disappointed that Broken Blade didn't go for the Mercury Threads, as I call out, because I think this game against the Skarner with all the CC and there's so much magic damage, I think he really wants them in those team fights, because it becomes so easy to lock down if that way he connects or the Taric stun. It just becomes so hard for him to get out of that stun. So kinda he needs that Witsend now, which gives tenacity, but I don't think he can afford to buy it because he also wants the Sonias.
Take a breather as G2 look to rally their forces.
Kill a minute again, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
After we went 1-1 for the first 7 minutes, I didn't feel it was going to be this bloody.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have been doing their best to respond to a lot of the plays that Fnatic are making on the map. You recognize the TP well, Medic, and I think that those are the type of plays G2 have to try and force. Give the Annie an angle to connect that CC onto the backline, but there's a reason why Mickey's Taric has such an incredibly high win rate, and it's because of his ability to find ways to protect his team, and he's doing a great job so far.
It's the third dragon for Fnatic, possibly spawning right now. They're testing mid.
Sun onto Mickey, Ishtar's impact onto Lebrov, though. There's the Impale as well, and doesn't get too much out of it. Lebrov steps forward, lands the Gleaming Quill, will heal himself up just a little bit. Next Drake available. Fnatic very happy they took the Artican with how bloody this game's been. You can see they picked up all those extra petals by getting kills. 34-11 at the top of the scoreboard. Broken Blade trying to secure this blue for his team as Fnatic were making their way across towards it. Looks like Oscar Wynn is going to take the dragon by himself. Actually, Humanoid coming across to cover him.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic's gonna give this dragon and instead look to make a play on these beautiful deep wards in the top side to put in response. So now what's gonna happen naturally is that while Fnatic now does the dragon, they're then gonna shift their focus towards top side, and that is where G2 will try to punish them afterwards.
Look at Caps right now.
Upset takes the safe-ish route around. Mickey and Razork there to help him out. Skewmon's going to try and steal away this blue. There's control ward in the bush, but Fnatic don't overstep. They don't try and gain control of something that is not currently theirs. They'll reset after taking that dragon towards their next items. Razork's reset stopped there. Broken Blade can push out this wave towards the bottom side, but he's building up towards his Seeker's arm guard. Often we do see that on the Jax as the 3rd item, just to get yourself a little bit of safety. The problem is Oscar Rinin, 270 gold ahead, has almost got his Rabadons.
It doesn't feel good to buy that much armor against the Gwen if you're gonna lane against her. This is way more optimal into the team fight.
Oh, TP in.
As I say that, you're looking for the team fight. You're gonna start this barrier and try to force Fnatic to respond to them.
So Caps is trying to act as a flanker here. LeBron is trying to keep his verdict goes down. Humanoid's going to step in here, but as you say, the Baron secured for G2. Fnatic look for a little bit more. They can't get in. G2 able to walk away. Don't take the quick route, Broken Blade. He will. Counter-strikes forward. Razzle comes in. There's the Impale. Broken Blade on a totally different page to the rest of G2. The Dazzle doesn't proc. Broken Blade will die. Side lane push with the Baron now stymied for G2.
I mean, it's definitely a misplay from Broken Blade, but the Baron itself, great awareness from G2. A lot of Fnatic members were resetting, and even if they wanted to, there wasn't really an angle for them to retaliate in response to the Baron being started, and then to add insult to injury, the Poppy ultimate too. Now it's Caps who finds himself in some danger.
Dodges away from the Severing Bolt, but here comes Oscar. Tibbers down. Humanoid almost falls alongside it. Tibbers going to try and chase him out. Caps looking with the stun onto Oscar in as well, but doesn't have the cooldowns. Oh, Tibbers runs away at the inopportune moment. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Blade Caller coming out. There's Cosmic Radiance as well. LeBron doesn't have the quickness, but does have the flash upset, and Mickey still healthy enough that G2 can't chase any further.
Yeah, 3 items on the side, you can't walk through her, but there, as you see, really good play by Fnatic on the side lane, catching Caps off guard. Humanoid almost dying, but actually the feat of strength boots kind of saved him with a little bit of extra shield, and the Gwen cleanly picks up the scraps.
I mean, Oscarin is so strong in this game right now. We talked about how weak he was in the early game. Now at 1.2k gold lead, highest level in the game at 17 as well. Really, a lot of it comes down to whether G2 can play through Hans Summer, who seems to be their power point right now. Kalista obviously still does a lot of damage as the game goes on, but doesn't scale as strongly as something like a Xayah in the pure team fights, unless you can position exceptionally well, and that's going to be really hard to do into a Poppy, into an Annie. There's so many tools at G2's disposal to shut down upset, so I feel it's much more about Humanoid and Oscarinin now for Fnatic than it was about upset in the early game.
We find ourselves in a slower moment of the game as we wait for these neutrals to spawn. Teams are going to be prioritizing getting that next item ready for the oncoming dragon fights. I say that, but we're just getting another fight.
Right, they get the needlework out of Oscarinin. If G2 can get out of this, they dodge the Impale as well. Broken Blade, though, locked into the wall. G2 once again looking for the fight, but really not winning out on it.
I mean, it's Mickey that connects the stun onto 2 on the back line. Broken Blade immediately gets targeted and shut down. Again, though, Fnatic can't really convert this into much because we were just saying there's no objectives on the map. All of the out of towers have largely fallen. I mean, they have fallen. And so what is there really for them to play for other than securing that pick? The ultis should be back available. I guess the good news is a little bit more gold means that that is a Jack show completed for upset.
Yeah, the Jack show is really good actually together with the Terminus, because the Terminus actually gives you bonus resistances, and the Jack show kind of amplifies that. So while it looks kind of troll to buy a Jack show without any other tank item, it kind of gets amplified by the Terminus. Really good pickup by upset. But the player I'm looking at right now for G2 to make an impact is Skumond. I think his keeper's verdict is the thing that can make or break a team fight that G2 can kind of come back into the game with.
And Fnatic definitely in the lead in this game. They have it in the palm of their hands. Next Drake up in 30 seconds would be Ocean Soul for them, which really sways the way a team fight might go. G2, the question is, I mean, they've been fighting back since minute 1 in this game, it feels. Only Broken Blade really had that early lead, but they have fought back pretty valiantly. Fnatic, they just want to do things simply. They just want to be able to close it out from here.
G2 really want to be cautious about how Hans Summer doesn't have his ultimate available. It's very close to being back up, but they really need to avoid taking too much damage. They want to gain access to the dragon, but we find ourselves in a similar position to what happened in a previous game where it's Fnatic with full control over the mid wave. G2 is funneled into that lane, and they don't have deep flanking walls to leverage this time around.
They have to give it. They can't walk through this chokehold. There's no way they can do it.
I mean, they can try. Whether or not they'll be successful is an entirely other matter. There's the Ishtar's impact into the double Impale. Cosmic Radiance coming out as well as Broken Blade. Pops the stopwatch, uses the counter-strike as well for the 3-man stun. The quickness, the charm, the Tibbers! Apparently they can walk through it. Upset's dashing away. Razork's on his own in the midst of 4 members as Hans Summer pops the Feather Storm to try and survive. Razork down! You doubt it, Finn! I never doubt G2!
But
Skumon by the massive Keeper's Verdict to gain them access. I say they couldn't walk through it, and I genuinely believe this. But the fact that Skumon removed the key player of their comp means they can just walk through, and Caps find a massive Tibbers. They stop the Dragon, and they stall out the game for a little bit longer.
My biggest question mark is they just stood around the Jacks. You'll notice that Broken Blade actually gets off in the Zhonya's, his counter-strike, and they all just stood there, stunning up, grouping up. The Keeper's Verdict knocks the Tarek away, but then the Labrov engage makes it so easy for the Wombo combo to come through from Fnatic. I feel like the Fnatic played a little too overconfidently, and they got rightly punished for it.
But I also think Fnatic was so desynchronized because they're trying to hold the bush while their Gwen is hitting the Dragon.
That's true.
Either you commit to the Dragon or you commit to the turn. But they were so desynchronized, so while all of G2 were walking through, the Gwen was nowhere to be found. She was a screen away, hitting the Dragon, using all their spells on it, and she was not in the fight. It was technically a 5v4 for G2, and they found it, and now they have a solid footing once again in this game.
It's a banger of a series, lads. This has been so much fun to watch as Skumon tries to steal away the blue, can't do it. Steadfast present for the movement speed to get him away. A little bit of vision for G2 in the Fnatic jungle, but at the start of that last fight, we saw the poke that Humanoid can put down before a fight really begins. He is in an incredibly strong spot on this way. Rabadon's, Void Staff, Horizon Focus, Balefire Torch. He is so powerful, and G2 snap engage not as strong as they would like. It's very much about the Tibbers, if you can get in range with that Annie. Ranzok looking for another Ishtar's Impact, but can't quite get close enough to Skumon to lock him down. Where are we in terms of flashes? Well, Upset has no sums, Humanoid doesn't have his flash, Caps has no flash, and Hans Summer has no flash, but Hans Summer always has that Feather Storm to get himself out of a hairy situation.
Eyes on Caps flash for me. This is the summoner spell that just came up, and I think it's gonna be the most impactful one. He also has the Seeker's Arm Guard, and it allows him to play so aggressively and look for very creative plays.
Oscar chasing here. There's the Tibbers. Look at the damage coming out from Caps. Oscar looking for the needle once. The Hallow Miss will dodge to disintegrate, but Caps has more cooldowns. Labrov called out. The red not enough. The Honey Fruit in range. He heals up. Quickness out from the Severin Bolt. He survives, and Mickey's going to chase Skumon down with that face call. They're going to get close enough. Meanwhile, Broken Blade and Caps are pushing in the bot side. Humanoid trying to recall. Skumon doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict, so shouldn't be able to stop Humanoid's reset. It's not even Humanoid, it's Razorb. Cosmic Radiance coming out of Mickey. Comes down just in time to make him invulnerable. Skumon looking for a little bit more damage. Hans Summer has the Feather Storm in the flash here, and he's keeping Razorb busy. Hans Summer gets one! Hans Summer gets two! Skumon gets the third! And now Fnatic rely on Humanoid to defend the base, but G2 are marching down mid, and Humanoid can only stand and watch as G2 grasp victory out of the jaws of defeat. Humanoid chased out by Tibbers. Broken Blade pops the stopwatch. Nothing left for Humanoid to do. G2-1.
What a crazy way for this game to end. Smiles across the faces of G2 because you're right, Medic. This game was not going their way at all. A single mistake from Fnatic cost them so much, and now it's G2 that lead the series.
What a game, what a game, what a game. Now we're going back to the break, and then we're gonna get it to the analyst desk. Thank you so much.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
tower, gets the root, but the Cosmic Radiance comes out. Upset flashes forward. The base core will be enough, but with the rend. Flash away from LeBron, but the follow-up from Mickey. LeBron will fall 2 kills.
Saya is out of the fight, guys.
I need help.
I can ulti them here. 2 of them ulted.
Saya ult. I'm killing Saya.
Kill the Annie too.
Yeah,
I'm popping.
I need help, I need help, I need help.
Yeah, we're coming.
Wait, no flash as well. Chill out. No flash, Saya.
G2 who gets to match point first. Hansama says, I take personal offense to the all-pro voting first team. I will show you exactly how much I'm worth. And honestly, G2 really needed him.
They desperately needed so many parts of that game to go correctly, but Hansama at the end, that fight was sick from him.
I mean, absolutely. I can't believe that G2's gotten away with this. I feel like I need to bring the clown wig back again here because Fnatic, they've absolutely bottled this. And Hansama, as we said, rightfully so, we're giving him all the praise he deserves because him against Upset in this final fight, that's what we're going to be remembering Game 3 for.
And when everything was going wrong from the start, he ended up falling behind early in lane, couldn't find the success he needed. But when G2 needed him most, Hansama steps up. And I feel like so often this split, I've said that about the man himself.
It's sick because we have 2 bot laners, I think, that are doing absolutely everything to help their team wins with phenomenal performances. I do have to say, though, G2 was in a hole, in part by a misplay by Caps. I want to say, does this happen in a professional game? Let's take a look. What is this guy doing? Luckily that they still won. But look, here he is.
Oh, she's got a little finger there.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that's the TP, yeah?
Yeah. And then, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
And I think, honestly, the fight is really played out. Mickey's healing on Tippers, then moving into the bush to give vision. And even afterwards, notice how long and extended this fight becomes as well. No, I was going to point now. I tried to point it too. I wanted to point as well.
Also, sorry to the person who's responsible for this. We didn't damage it at all yet. But no, just to say that this wasn't perfect by G2. And I honestly had a really, and this is where they get you, man. I had a really good feeling about Fnatic in this. Just because of how the bot lane was able to stabilize despite, honestly, their top lane, I think I need, but, you know?
I'm not going to fight you on that. I think Oscar's been very gapped throughout this entire series, but it's one of those things where does he need to be the best top laner? I think when his bot lane had a performance as they did in this, Game 3,
No, he doesn't need to be the best, but...
I think, like, there's, like, most of the time, like, Oscar in it has been serviceable, but I do think, like, losing that bot lane fight was the reason that Fnatic kind of end up in the position that they're in, right? So there's like being serviceable, and then there's being actually an issue, which it has been for a lot of this series.
But I will say though, right, because I still want to talk about the Fnatic bot lane. That fight they had bot side around 25 minutes into the game. This is a draft that really shouldn't work for Fnatic. But it only works because it's Upset that's gotten so far ahead on the Kalista in the beginning, and the composition that Fnatic has, it also built around to survive this burst. This is a flank that G2 most of the time should straight up win, clear Fnatic. They don't, because Fnatic is able to play it out so perfectly.
Yeah, and I think that has kind of been the story of a lot of this for Fnatic, was being able to get Upset into the position where he could be such a huge carry for them. And Mickey had to be on point with so many of these ultimates. And there was a couple of fights for G2, to give them a due, played incredibly well around it. You saw Broken Blade jumping in for Counter-Strike, hopping back out, making sure that he's able to set up for the success of the team. But for so long, it looked like that was going to be the winning moment for Fnatic, but they just couldn't get it across the line.
Did you feel, I kind of felt, I won't say the momentum shifting, because that would be incredibly unfair to how Fnatic had been playing, but you saw it was getting harder. And we were looking at that Annie specifically, right? Because so many times before, the Annie had the full burst and they just didn't die. You just know it takes one more tick. And then the fight is different.
Annie is such a stat check champion, right? If she's stat check champion, because if she's behind, like, her kit doesn't do anything exceptional where she's going to outplay you mechanically differently. She's flashing forward and she's stunning you. But if your team have that follow-up, like a Fed Jax in the beginning, that allows you to play those fights. And I think huge credit to BB on that Jax, because he was a large reason that G2 was even able to contest for so long in that game to put them in a moment where they could come back.
But it does kind of feel like, as you say, Shocks, that the momentum is shifting.
Yeah.
Because even when you look back at like this fight here, right? It's Fnatic all jumping on, all energetic, but they walk into the counter-strike here. Betty did a great job of calling it out in the cast. That then sets up for the immediate flash incinerate, the flash follow-up from LeBron. Like, these are mistakes that you should not be making if you expect to be a top team and a team winning the LEC.
The Jax was a little bit more fed.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree.
Absolutely was.
But it's also the fact that, like, over the course of this series, I've been looking at Fnatic in a couple of different instances. We were talking about in game number 1 where they were scared to go for that dragon, the first dragon that was up, and Oscarinin is ulting away because he thinks that maybe Skewmon is top. Now you're seeing these mistakes start to creep in game number 3 as well. This is now pushing on to game number 4, and there are smiles in the G2 camp. This is not what I was expecting coming into today. Fnatic were supposed to be showing up and showing that they are a top contender, but it's G2 still showing they have that fire in them.
Yeah, and I mean, my main takeaway going into game 4 as well is that don't put Oscar in anything that's hard to actually accomplish anything against BB. He needs to be on something that's stable. He can be a tank, he can be Science, still something that's available and will rise in priority as more as these top lane picks are falling out. But also, number 2 of my points is keep it simple for G2 because they are incredibly gifted at team fighting. The further we go into this Fearless, don't mess it up. Don't get creative. You have such a good opportunity to just set your players up for success.
Yeah, I do think it stays a different story. Like, if this wasn't Fearless, I might have been more willing to kind of say, okay, perhaps G2 can just close this out despite kind of the hiccups. But with Fearless in the mix, I don't think so. And for Fnatic specifically, right now, against match point, this is where you're do or die. They generally do very well in a lower bracket as well. And I still maintain that this isn't the same Fnatic that we've seen even last year. I believe they have more of a rallying cry in them than what we've seen. Now, I hope that I'm not burnt once again, Rob, but do you feel similarly?
I think they've been a better team than they have been in the past. And I think you can definitely see that come together. But I still think, unfortunately, a lot of the same players are still there. This is still a team that, I mean, we saw Razork giggling at himself after he ulted his Pantheon going, I got a bit too excited. This is still a team that has struggled emotionally and a team that is now staring down the barrel of potentially losing to G2 in playoffs once more.
Potentially losing to G2, and G2 would be one step closer to playing that match on Monday, to getting to the spring finals, to getting to MSI. Just to emphasize how much is on the line.
So much on the line. An MSI spot, the series on Monday, obviously deciding who goes there. It goes into the final as well. For Fnatic as well, an incredible regular season, only to be met with their arch rivals and then getting knocked into the lower bracket. The last 2 times these teams have met in playoffs, season finals last year and obviously in winter playoffs, it has been G2 who have come out on top. For Fnatic, it is a bounce-back game if they have ever needed one. The question is, how much damage did the end of Game 3 do to them as a team? How much damage did it do mentally? They're going to ban out the Draven and the Blitzcrank on the blue side once again. G2 removing the Yone. We had a quick chat about some of the power picks left available. We haven't seen Maokai, we haven't seen Sejuani, we haven't seen Kai'Sa yet as well, who we saw banned out in Game 1.
For me, like the only really strong laning AD carry that's left in the pool is like Misfortune.
Sure.
Maybe Caitlyn as well. But for me, like maybe with these bans, Fnatic wants to go into that kind of champion. I'm not sure. Going into this first pick, I was thinking Sejuani is really powerful and Jace up and available. Very high prio across the world globally, but maybe not between these 2 teams in particular.
For me, it's less about the AD carry and more about the supports. Because Leona is probably the best engaged support that you have left, unless I'm missing one.
No, I think it's Leona.
Depends if you count Nico or not, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Nico. But I would expect that to be banned by G2 right now, unless they think that there's not an AD carry that would complement it super well. But I sit there and think like Ezreal is still available.
I mean, MF Nico's a strong lane as well.
Like there's Kai'Sa, which I think is fallen all the way through as well. Like Nico Kai'Sa is a possibility. The Nico has been left out.
There we go.
Yeah,
you get it.
So I think that the Fnatic have been quite eager to get their hands on the champion, and now they're finally going to get to do that. And I think that there's enough of an AD carry pool for them to play through to get them a strong bot lane 2 versus 2. The question is, what will G2 respond with? I remember Lebrov's Thresh from Winter didn't quite hit the way that we wanted it to. So then what direction could he possibly go? Like, because you don't really want to pick Braum into the Nico.
I think, as you said, maybe Leona is your only option here right now. Unless you want to go for something really spicy like a Pike,
I think Leona is your best bet if you want an engaged support. Otherwise, yeah, it becomes pretty difficult finding a kind of clutch pick like that.
I wouldn't mind Leona Kai'Sa because what it allows you to do is stun the backline and Kai'Sa jumps over the Pot Blossom, right? You get past that engage. There's the Leona. So it will be locked in for Labrov. Played it 3 times this split, has won 2 of those games. Obviously
Maybe
the Nico can still be flexed, but...
Maybe just do Jhin?
You could do Jhin, you could do Misfortune, Ezreal, even Caitlyn. I think you have a lot of options here as upset. You can kind of dig into your pool. You don't actually need to pick your AD carry here, even just because how many options there are.
I was just about to say Tristana as well. Like, obviously a bit more of an unconventional AD carry, but it's flexible. So you can lock it in now. You can maybe lock in your jungler.
Maybe a Syra would come out now.
Yeah, potentially.
If you actually wanted AP jungler and AD mid combo, then Syra would make the most sense.
Isn't the problem with Zyra here that Mundo just gets locked into it immediately?
It is true if you think Mundo is a problem. I mean, I know some teams won't think that, and some teams will, but the Sejuani is way more standard. As we said, one of the core picks in the jungle, being up and available in this draft will be taken by Fnatic.
Okay, so where will G2 go? Jungle is the most obvious choice to make sure that pool doesn't pinch too far. We've already seen Shin, Pantheon, Skarner, Vi, Wukong, and Poppy locked in.
Maybe Sylas would be nasty with the Sejuani ult and the E-Gold. I'm just looking at the ultimates, thinking about the champions that Caps likes, but the Ambessa will be picked up, I imagine, for Broken Blade in the top lane, which is a champion we haven't really seen him play that much.
It's not just a Renekton, isn't this a great Renekton angle?
I mean, it could be a Renekton angle, but Broken Blade hasn't played the Ambessa at all this split, so it is really interesting to see it locked in here for G2. You can ban out the Renekton as well if you're worried about it.
Or even Jace. Would you prefer a Jace or a Renekton here for...
Oh, Renekton is way, way more annoying for the Ambessa. I think the Jace, while it's annoying early game, the lockdown you have with a jungle later is way easier. I think Jace, Renekton, and maybe some other really skirmish-heavy Bruiser could be taken out, but I imagine they're gonna give one ban towards the mid.
What jungle? Like, do you just ban Mundo, Zyra? Maybe Lilia? I think Lilia is a possibility against Skumon specifically. Yeah, Ivern I think is fine. The only issue I have with Ivern is it kind of goes against what you want to do.
Yeah, you kind of want dive, is what I was thinking about. It's like, Ivern doesn't really do that with
Warwick.
you.
Warwick ban makes sense. It's really telling that Ambessa was stop. I was thinking maybe it's a Cap special where he takes the Ambessa, but with the Renekton ban coming out, with the Warwick ban coming out, every sign points towards this being a top lane champion, and they're gonna have to pair it with any jungler that kind of makes sense here. With so many junglers being out, you kind of have to dig deep into your jungle pool. Trundle is a classic!
So good, yes!
So good into the Sejuani when she has that passive on and you leech away all of those stats from her. You can actually get her into negative armor. Camille and Orianna, the options here for Fnatic. So Oscar's going to be cracking out the Camille. And we have Orianna for Humanoid in the mid lane.
Do you just slam a Sylas
I think you need to pick an AP champion that kind of does well into Orianna, so I think Sylas is fine. You could do...
I was thinking Aurora or Galio.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have enough dive to ward the Galio. Sure, the Camille is there, but the other team is so high range, but it is the Galio being picked, so really good call out by you. I think the Galio pick kind of does make sense if the matchup is fine, but you really need to make sure the Galio and the Trundle plays together. Because this Galio doesn't have a lot of setup, but he has a lot of anti-dive.
Well, I guess the idea would be Ambessa ult, Galio ult.
Yeah.
Like, obviously it's not the best, but Ambessa, Leona, then maybe the Galio on top.
Yeah. The thing with Ambessa is that she doesn't teleport immediately when she ults. Like she'll ult, lock them down, and then teleport. So Galio can't actually ult you until kind of after the stun is gonna run out.
But that's where the Leona would come in, ideally, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a lot then, though, for a single person.
Yeah. But I like the pick. I think Caps did a really good Galio game against Casey in Paris, and I really want to see how we can make this champion work, because, I mean, they're a bit low damage on the Magic side, but they do have the Kai'Sa to kind of compensate, so kind of well-rounded comp all in all.
I mean, I love the Trundle into the Sejuani. I think that Fnatic's composition is very team-fighty, so I want to know your thoughts on Camille into this comp. Like, how do you think it fits alongside what seems to be a very standard front-to-back from Fnatic?
I mean, the thing is, Camille won't really be able to dive that deep in the fights, but where Camille can thrive this game is on the side lane.
Right.
But you really need to make sure this Camille has a good laning phase, because against Ambessa, it's not an easy matchup. Anytime the Camille goes for the sweep, Ambessa can just W forward with the shield and kind of trade into you. So it becomes actually in individual, like in the isolation, this matchup is not that good, but together with the Sejuani, that's where you really start finding those fights.
Let's jump into it. Game 4 between G2 and Fnatic. Last time they played a best of 5, it was 3-1 G2 in Montpellier at the end of last year. Was that Montpellier? It was, right? Was it?
Wasn't it Munich?
Munich. There we go. Montpellier was the year before. So everything got kind of blends into one at some points for Fnatic. A game 3 to be forgotten. The question is, how quickly can they reset and get into this game 4? They have a relatively traditional draft. Tank jungler, Orianna, mid lane mage, AD carry that does good damage if it left alone in a team fight, and a top lane who can dive onto the backline.
So, if you want a bit of a, I don't know, I don't want to call it history lesson, but Hans Sama traditionally wasn't much of a Kai'Sa player. I mean, this year I think he's evolved so much. Like the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, they've become staples of his pool now. But traditionally, you always associated him with being this hyper-aggressive AD carry, Kalista, Draven, basically misfortune, stuff that would kill you in lane was kind of his go-to. In contrast, Humanoid Orianna, we might not see it much now, but it used to be one of his staples. Yeah. It was something that many teams actually feared about giving him. And I think that's one of the coolest things that we've seen with the introduction of Fearless, is that now here in Game 4, with a lot of champions removed, we're seeing some old classics, but also we're seeing players forced into developing their pool to have way more options as we get deeper and deeper into the draft. And with a Trundle coming out, I mean, back when we cast Yufin, like this was the jungle counter matchup thing, right? Sejuani, Poppy, Trundle was just the trio of junglers for a while.
Every single time, yeah. And as someone that actually, I love the point you made about Hans Sama, because as someone that actually played with him back in 2020, I remember every single draft meeting would be, oh, Hans Sama wants the strongest laning AD carry. And we would just shape the entire draft to make sure Hans Sama had the winning lane AD carry. And I think that season we got first in regular split because it always worked. We were always happy when he had the laning AD carry, and the fact that he's now so comfortable playing this Kai'Sa, I think it just amazes me so much how far he's come. He's won a title, he's grown so much, and he's just such a force to be reckoned with right now as an AD carry in Europe, and I'm really, really excited to see how he piloted this game.
Oscar winning out the early trades in the top lane on that Camille. Last time he won on this pick was back in 2024 at MSI against Top Esports. A really good game on the day. It has been a while since we've seen him bring it out, though.
Yeah, you did mention, Finn, the idea is that you use that shield to mitigate the harassment from the poke, but it feels like that Oscar is just kind of walking up and abusing the long cooldowns, so just hitting him in the face with the Q and kind of out-straining in and getting those quicker, shorter trades.
Yeah, and I feel like it's, I mean, the fact that Broken Blade went Doran's Shield against Doran's Blade makes those early trades a lot weaker for the Ambessa. And I think he's more in the mindset that, okay, I don't want to trade early because we're going to lose 2v2 against Sejuani. And he really wants to get that level 7, level 9 power spike for Ambessa, where she gets those low CDs on the Qs, so she can get multiple rotations off in one fight. Because right now, it's just one rotation of cooldowns every single trade against Camille, and because of the shield and the healing, she's winning out of that.
Can we also just talk about how Caps just keeps getting CS leads against Humanoid? I think he's done it in every game. Game 3 was the only one where the Annie really fell behind in the matchup, but aside from that, Caps has been, in terms of laning phase, he's been on a tear today.
Humanoid looking to burn Humanoid's flash and will do so. Puts down the pillar. It's a soda bottle, I think. Is this esports fan Trundle?
Esports fan Trundle. It's the first time I see this skin in my life. It's really cool.
Gets the flash out of Humanoid, which makes that Orianna obviously a lot more susceptible to future ganks. Camps flashing forward, landing the taunt, landing the Justice Punch. There's so many options for Humanoid to die if G2 want to continue to focus that mid lane.
Yeah, and I think they should. I think that is their place right now where they're strongest. See Oscar in trading in. He has a Ruby Crystal advantage over Broken Blade, but Broken Blade is going to opt in for the base here on a pretty annoying wave. He's probably going to lose a little bit of the bases, so he decides to stay.
You try and get this in, but you can see Razork's just around the corner, right? He's on Gromp right now. Broken Blade has enough vision to spot Razork, but it might be too late. As Oscar goes in, gets that adaptive defense's shield, looking for more damage on the Broken Blade, who jumps back in with a repudiation. Manages to trade relatively effectively. Oscar is still sitting on a cookie, so we'll be able to heal up in the middle of a fight. Skewmon on his way towards top right now, actually leaving his wolves to get all the way up here and make sure that Broken Blade can crash the wave. The flash away from Broken Blade as Oscar in looks. This is this is a bad position for Oscar in. He needs 4 minions, 3 more maybe to get that level 6. Flashes away from the public execution, but Skumon comes across, and there's first blood to G2.
I mean, nicely done on the dive in the top lane. Broken Blade, he kind of won that war of attrition. He managed to out-trade Oscar Rinin in a lot of the short fights. And you talked about getting those extra levels, the additional cooldown really paying off for Broken Blade after getting level 6 and securing first blood for G2.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Fnatic doesn't really invest more into this top lane matchup, because Broken Blade traded like that because he knew his jungler was coming. But meanwhile, Oscar traded that, but Razork is going the other side of the map.
Fnatic don't know that Labrov is behind them. Now they do. Humanoids use the shockwave. Labrov needs to get his way out of here. Does still have the flash, has the aftershock as well for a little bit extra tankiness. Drake goes over to Razork. Tangle Barbs will connect. Labrov. Mickey! He made his hitbox smaller by becoming a minion and dodges the Zenith Blade. He also can't hit a minion with a Zenith Blade.
I think he should have taken the hit. I think Humanoid would have just killed him. I did not agree with that re-engage from Labrov, but specifically because he just used his W. Now Hansama's the one in a bit of danger.
Has to flash away from Razork, goes in with the Arctic Assault. But yeah, a bit greedy there from Hansama. Obviously didn't want the wave to be frozen right in front of him, but he is against a Tristana who will naturally counter-freeze, unfreeze waves. That's the word I was looking for.
Counter-freeze.
Thaw them out, Betty.
No, counter-freeze. Yeah, no, that's that is the scientific term, yes.
The more you mock me, the more I'm going to mill you with mines the next time we play Magic, man.
Broken Blades, I mean, he's just comfortably winning out on these trades now. The pickaxe doing a ton of work, and look at those cooldowns.
But still, doesn't really matter. Oscar really struggling in this match, and as Labrov shows up, probably will be the kill.
Zenith Blade. Hexagol made him trying to get away, but the Shield of Daybreak won't be enough for the stun. And there's Broken Blade's second of the game.
I mean, you talked about it, Finn, in the draft. You wanted to see Fnatic invest in this top side. You brought it up again after pathing towards the bot side of the map. And now it's G2 doing exactly what you wanted Fnatic to do, making sure that this Camille does not get ahead.
But that's the problem with this matchup, is that Camille in isolation will not beat Ambessa, but Camille together with Sejuani, especially before Tron has his ultimate, are way stronger in the 2v2. So unless you capitalize on this, it doesn't really make sense to pick something like the Camille, because that means Ambessa would just scale up, get her Eclipse for free, and then it becomes really difficult for Camille, because then she can't contest until she has like 2 items or something, and that is really far into the game.
Broken Blade gets the plate about 1,000 gold ahead in that top lane matchup now. Skumon just bodyguarding Razork here, making sure that he can't step any further, has to Arctic Assault away. The grubs are up, and that's where Skumon wants to play. Does do them very quickly, obviously, with that frozen domain, and the Chomp can gobble up these grubs. And very healthily as well, because of the King's Tribute. Whenever an enemy dies near him, he gets health back, so we'll never fall low doing grubs.
Was it Zanzara that advocated for the W max?
Yeah, he liked the healing. Zanzara, famous for his Trundle and his Sejuani. No, Skarner, what I'm saying.
Yeah. I remember him flashing over Dragon Pit walls to try and steal buffs quicker. It was a lot of fun watching Zanzara. And there are the grubs. The Glacial Prison going out onto Labrov. He doesn't have a flash and he doesn't have a hope of surviving. Razork gets Fnatic ticking over in game 4.
So at the very least, Fnatic get themselves on the kill boards. They would have preferred to have that kill over to Upset, but at the very least getting that kill is something. Grubs exchanged for the Dragon, and Oscar still finds himself in a very difficult lane matchup. That Eclipse item grows ever closer for Broken Blades. Meanwhile, Caps, he's now the target for Fnatic.
Tries to get the Winds of War down. Justice Punch buffered really well. Through the Shockwave, gets the range away. Manages to walk out. Well buffered there from Caps to escape the pop loss.
Of course, it looked very awkward because Mickey, he thought that the Shockwave would interrupt and then his ulti would connect, but unfortunately for him, Caps was still able to disengage and he walks away with his life.
Yeah, still very worried about this top lane matchup. This Ambessa, when she gets that Eclipse, she will be able to take any single fight that she wants into this Camille. And that's going to be a massive hole of pressure in the side of Fnatic. Labrov finds the clone, gets the stop on Mickey's recall, so he'll take that. But in general, now she's gonna get that, and we're gonna see Oscar Rinning get really punished for this Camille pick now when Broken Blade comes back.
I will say, kind of how Game 3 started. Broken Blade getting a lead in the top lane. It was only when we got towards level 6, really, that the Fnatic bot lane began to really open up the game. So for Fnatic, shouldn't be too worried yet. Mickey flashing away here. Will land Tango Bombs onto Skewmond. Able to walk away for the moment. Lebrov, though, might be collapsed on as Razzle can upset him on their way across. Solar Flare goes wide. Lebrov in the permafrost, taken out by Humanoid.
So a bit of an overstay there from G2, but the collapse from Fnatic was solid. Ultimately, it's unlikely to result in anything significant because there's not really much on the map for them to play for. No Dragon. It will be spawning in about 20 seconds time, but we're seeing in the top lane matchup, I stand corrected. They're setting their sights on Caps.
Underneath the tower here, Glacial Prison is going to connect. There's the Shockwave as well, and Caps is just clapped by Fnatic.
Oh, and Mickey loves this little trick where you do a tower dive and it becomes the cannon minion. And because of the cannon minion has that increased protection from tower shots, he can tank a lot of them back to back to back. And the tower dives is so easy because of that. Really well played, really good understanding of Nico mechanics, and really nice play by Fnatic.
G2 will be able to secure the Drake, knowing that Fnatic had to back away after getting that kill towards the bottom side. But it will be a Drake apiece, 3 grubs to G2. So they've had a slight advantage on these early neutrals, but nothing too consequential. A 700 gold lead now for Humanoid in the mid lane, who already has his Archangel stacking up towards that Seraph's. Hex, not Hex. What's it called? Heartsteel. That's the one. I was going to say Heartseeker, but it's Viego. But Heartsteel complete for Razork as well. He's in a good spot. Hollow Radiance on Caps and a Triforce now for Skewmond. Very strong on this Trundle, especially if he's meeting up into the Sejuani. So he can steal away those stats with the Subjugate. Lebrov and Mickey on the top side of the map.
I'm trying to think if this build is normal for the Trundle. I don't think I've seen Triforce Trundle in the jungle for a long time. Usually you'd see the tanky builds for the Trundle, but I really like this straight into force. It's gonna be very strong in dueling, but also he will be quite squishy now. If that Arctic Prison collides with him, then he might get one shot.
Razork able to get away across the wall. Solar Flare coming down. Pop Blossom will land a 3-man knocker, but Mickey's already dead. Upset trying to join the phase. He'll jump across towards Broken Blade, who flashes over the wall towards Gromp. Humanoid coming in from the side as well, as Broken Blade needs his team to defend it, but with the Shockwave pulling him back, Lebrov follows suit. Good blast cone away from Skewmond to get himself to safety, but Fnatic went out on the fight on the top side.
Great punish by Fnatic. They go way too deep here, and they get 2 kills on the bounce back here. Really good catch, really nice rotation by Upset, giving that mid wave and being ready to go for this fight. They read the play, and they punish appropriately. Sure, Caps will get 2 plays here, but in general, I think Fnatic is happy with this little breath of fresh air and gust of release.
They certainly are. G2 will want to stick to the plan of continuing to put Oscar Rinnin behind. So setting their sights in the top lane with Hans Sama on the way as well. They realize that Mickey's overstepped. He doesn't have a way to get out of this, and they think, great, we find ourselves a pick, maybe we can even get more. But now Upset arrives, and crucially, Humanoid arrives as well. The Shockwave is going to connect onto 2, and that makes it easy for the return response from Fnatic. And as you rightly said, the only options for G2 in that position is to cross map with Caps, sieging onto that bot tier 1.
Had a quick look through some solo Q Trundle builds at least. Skewmond always goes for this Triforce. Triforce into Unending Despair, Spirit Visage, Thornmail tends to be where he goes. A lot of people are still building the Triforce. Some Sundered Skies into Spirit Visage, Dead Man's Plate. So that tanky build does still remain a possibility.
It also just, this build melts through towers.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, with the grubs, this Trundle, if he ever gets a big tempo lead and can just hit the tower for like 15 seconds, he will destroy any structure that stands in his way.
Perhaps trying to survive here with a shooter around, but it's Hans Sama who's locked up in the Hextale Ultimatum. Humanoid will take down the bot lane tower while this is happening, so Fnatic find a tower, find a kill, and they're looking for a little bit more. Justice Pun's away from the Glacial Prison. They won't be able to take down this full tower in mid. Importantly, G2 didn't continue to push out the top side, so they're not knocking on that tier 2 yet.
What I think is interesting about the map state now is that, Finn, I'm sure you found yourself in this position before where it might seem bad, but because your team is successfully cross-mapping, it now actually provides you with a lot of space. So Camille can now actually be given a lot of freedom, and Fnatic, if they're smart about how they play fights, it's very easy for Oscar to come back in the game the same way that Hans did in the previous game. Just utilizing the open map, catching safe farm, and progressively returning back into the game.
I mean, it's the same way Oscar did in the previous game as well. Like, he was 1,500 goal behind and managed to get back about 1,500 in the lead.
I mean, a general rule of thumb is that if you have one lane that's just bleeding constantly in a 1v1 scenario, you want to make the map smaller. You want to turn the 3-lane map into a 2-lane map. So anytime you play the map on 2 lanes, anytime the enemy goes to hit the tower on one side, you hit it on the other side.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're always trading at least equally, while your top laner or AD carry that's suffering in a 1v1 is not bleeding gold every single wave. That matchup remains the same.
My general rule when one of my lanes is struggling if I'm playing jungle is dip the inters, but apparently there's a slightly different mentality as Caps is caught out. Skewmon is here to help him. He'll pop the blast cone for Caps to get him over towards where the wolves usually sit. They'll escape. Caps did have to burn his flash. The shockwave was used by Humanoid, but that will be back up relatively shortly.
But ultimately, this is the good news for Oscar, is that they find themselves in a similar position where the rest of the team is doing very well. Of course, the last time, that was a flash in from Lebrov. Flash response for Mickey.
Look for the solar flare, didn't quite get it. Skewmon chasing forward, gets the pillar of ice down, but no real follow-up from the rest of G2. After Lebrov has used his engaged tools, it becomes a little bit trickier for them to actually find a way to get into a fight.
G2 just went 5 people to mid lane, but there wasn't really anything to fight for. So Fnatic was just like chilling there, hitting the wave, and just kind of looking at them. Caps was there, Broken was there, but the objectives didn't spawn for 30 seconds. So now Fnatic, while G2 has to return to their side lanes, now they start objective because they already used that move that they worked so hard to get.
Well, Drake is up in a second's time. Be the second of the game for either of the two teams. Rift Herald will be secured for Fnatic. You can see Skewmon making his way down towards that dragon right now. It's a Chem Soul, similarly to game 2. Skewmon was spotted on vision. There's a ward in the bush next to where the wolves are for Fnatic. So if Fnatic do want to fight this, which it looks like they do with Razork coming across, Skewmon has to back away. Caps also needs to retreat, doesn't have enough vision in that river to really give himself adequate safety.
Yeah, I think this Camille just really wants to kind of stay by herself for a bit longer. You see him just doing the Gromp, he doesn't even walk close to Lambessa. So if Fnatic wants to fight, it has to be either when the Camille is coming from a weird angle or just preferably without her at all.
Oh, Shockwave onto 2, that's TP immediately from Broken Blade. Lebrov dives in with the Zenith Blade, but has to walk away. Fnatic now have Broken Blade in the midst of them. Good stun from Lebrov. Humility will be able to kill him off though. Meanwhile, on the top side of the fight, Broken Blade has to retreat. Has to go to made him into the public execution. Broken Blade low. Hero's entrance out as Oscar falls. But so far, 2 for 1 for Fnatic. Razzle continues to chase. Upset jumping forward, looking for a little bit more, but can't find Skewmon to get that damage down. Fnatic find 2 out of the fight.
What a crazy exchange. As you rightly said, Medic, a small advantage gained for Fnatic, but crucially, the Dragon is going to be available. They extend the gold lead ever so slightly more. And it was just a really nice opportunity that was found by Humanoid, connecting the Shockwave onto 2, converting it into the combo from Mickey. And I love what Lebrov did, realizing that, hey, if I go in, I actually create space for my team. There's no point in us trying to both run away together. And you'll see as the Shockwave comes through, Lebrov makes the snap decision, you know what, I'm just going to go in, and then he becomes the focus, allowing G2 to try and escape.
Yeah, I think they were just a little bit too disjointed there once again. I think if Hansama is there and Caps can actually like go for an aggressive play there and go in and actually have some damage to follow up, that would be decent. But because they were just 3 people and the people were Leona, Trundle, Galio, they just don't really have the ability to take any fights because they don't have any damage to actually lock down people and kill them.
I will say Humanoid doing what he's done pretty consistently throughout this series is, okay, he doesn't have the best laning phase into Caps, but the moment he gets out, he farms up very well in the side lanes, and I mean, he's 198 CS at 19 minutes into the game. He has a 2k gold lead, going for the
Bloodletter's Curse, second item here as well, to get through those tankier members, get that magic resist down.
But you did say that this was bugged,
yes,
right?
Bloodletter's Curse is bugged right now, and it only works on single targets. But I guess his logic is that he will be hitting the Galio a lot if he goes to the side lane or anyone, and he just wants to reduce the magic of that. I don't think it's a great choice on something like Orianna, because Bloodletter's Curse kind of wants you to have multiple instances of magic damage in quick, rapid succession. And to me, Orianna is like Q,
WR.
Like you're gonna just avoid stuff.
Yeah, and then you already did all your damage, so reducing their MR after that doesn't really make sense.
Can you check the Clockwork Wind-Up for me, Vetty, the passive of Orianna? Because I'm pretty sure that does magic damage as well.
That is true, yeah.
So that's a one more, you know, if you're weaving in auto attacks,
Yeah.
that's another application of magic damage, right?
It's true, but also like the problem is you're using all your bursts
Before you do the
all
auto
the
attacks. I understand it. Obviously, whether or not it's the most effective item, it's the item that he's decided to go for into a lot of tanky opponents who are going to build magic resist.
And crucially, it makes you tankier. It gives you that 400 health that really can help you survive a dive from an Ambassador, for example. So I think that is why he really went for it, because that 400 extra health really can help him stay alive if there's an Ambassador and Kai'Sa diving onto.
And 2 items as well complete for Upset. Has that Navori Flicker Blades and the Yuntal's Wind Arrows. But G2 behind the pace of the game in terms of itemization. Only Broken Blade has finished his second and isn't dominating the lane in the way that he did at the start, mostly because he doesn't really get to play in the 1v1 too much. Humanoid caught out with the public execution. Riptail down Glacial Prison, lands the stun onto Broken Blade, hits the hero's entrance as well, as Humanoid's able to flash away. Meanwhile, Solar Flare on towards Mickey. He flashes over the wall as well to escape. Oscar in and continues to push out, doesn't have the TP. G2 won't play for the other gun. Fnatic will get out. Pretty damaged, but relatively unscathed.
I feel like that was a misclick from Razor, because as he was on his way to assist Humanoid,
putting the Herald
he
down?
immediately put the Herald down.
So some people I've seen recently are doing it deliberately at the start of a fight to give people a way out. So it's maybe Humanoid, if you can get here, you can ride the Rift Herald out of the fight.
Yeah,
It's an escape car.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
getaway
completely
car.
valid. That's a very valid point. For Humanoid, he didn't need it. He had a really good shockwave, and the Sejuani ultimate came through. He generated enough movement speed from his phase rush to actually run away to safety. It was Mickey who was the one who was actually in most danger. The CC came through from the Brav, and he was forced to flash away, so that engage tool is going to be unavailable. Both teams, though, find themselves relatively even overall. It's just G2 would love to complete those second items before they find themselves in another fight, because right now there is that slight damage discrepancy that exists between the two lineups.
I will say that Kai'Sa has went for the on-hit kind of full AD carry build. She went for the Yuntal into now the Infinity Edge. So that means those Void Seekers aren't going to be as potent. There's not going to be as much poke damage coming from this Kai'Sa. And crucially, there isn't going to be as much magic damage on the team of G2. All your magic damage right now is in the Trundle Subjugate and the Galio. And I guess Kai'Sa has a little bit of magic damage in her kit, but in general, they're pretty heavy in the AD armor department.
Yeah. Very much agree with that, Finn. Fnatic still with a small lead. 1,000 gold at this point, nothing to write home about, but they have got 2 Drakes. They are setting up well towards this top side as well. Next Dragon spawning in a minute's time. They are ahead in terms of itemization. Humanoid still with his flash and a Seeker's arm guard alongside it. So
I will say, like, I'm really worried about how much damage this Orianna is actually going to do.
It's a full tank.
Like, this is...
We'll see. I think it's going to do more than we expect.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, okay, let me put it in context. For where he's at in the game.
Yeah, if he'd gone rabid on Storm Surge, he'd probably do a little bit more.
Yeah, probably.
But into full magic.
I mean, I would have either preferred a Crypt Bloom or a...
Sure,
if a Crypt Bloom or a Void Staff.
I just picked 2 random high.
Sure.
Right, like.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'll hold judgment until we actually have the fight come through. For now, Fnatic set their sights on an outer tower. There's not much to cross-map for Broken Blade because the tower's already been taken. This will be Fnatic's 3rd of the game. And so we draw ever closer to the respawn of the Dragon. It's G2 that will have prio over this wave. Fnatic can afford to just concede it, especially if they have low priority on this Chem Dragon.
Glacial Prison gonna land here. TP coming out from Broken Blade immediately. Skuma looking for the trade back in, and Razork melts! That's a subjugation if I've ever seen one. Broken Blade looking for a little bit more. It's Mickey going in for that flank pop. Blossom only onto 2 and onto 2 tanks at that. The public execution onto Humanoid on the back line. Mickey's already dead. Humanoid uses the stopwatch and uses the flash to escape. Explosive shot on Skuma. Hexagon made him going back onto Broken Blade as Oscar tries to trade back in. Broken Blade flashes out. Hansomo on the front line now has the flash as well. Upset flashes forward. Doesn't quite get the resets. Can't quite get the damage down. G2 walk away with 2.
For a second, I thought we were in Sweden. But Upset, he ran out of mana, so he didn't have the rocket jump to really follow up and secure any kills. This is why Trundle is so good into Sejuani. Like, it was such a perfect demonstration of how she goes from being this massive front line into paper thin.
This is Trundle propaganda in action. Aftershock and the passive before the subjugate is popped, and now she just gets shredded. I imagine she was going down to like -10 or maybe 20 armor there. I don't know the exact stats, but she was very, very squishy and a fake tank if I ever saw one.
And then Mickey with the engage as well. The problem is that there's just not enough follow-up. The shockwave does come through. It does decent damage, but it doesn't really put anyone in kill range. And now all of the hope rests on Upset's shoulders. And his damage is good, but it's at this point, notice he runs out of mana. He flashes in to try and get at least one kill, so maybe he can convert it into something else. But the blinking health bars from G2 walk away with all 5 members alive.
It looks so juicy, you know, you have the reset.
Mickey does have the flash about to come off cooldown, but doesn't have it in time. Caught out with the solar flare. LeBron now on the wrong side of the wall, but he can knock back with that Mega Blast Cone. Caps has the TP. He's in the bot lane right now. Honeyfruit's for LeBron. There's an Arsakan and a Baron, and Skumon wants the bigger prize.
And I love that we're seeing Trundle come back, because I think this game really highlights the strengths of this champion. Those pillars have caught so many people off guard. The Humanoid level 3, and now the Mickey-Axe again, and the Subjugate. I really love this pick by Skumon, and he also shreds this Baron so fast.
Razork has so much to get in here. The Shockwave hits onto LeBron, but somehow still standing. Razork will take him. The Baron resetting importantly here for Fnatic. Skumon jumped on the Winds of War. The taunt not enough from Caps as Razork goes back in. Dash away from Broken Blade. Oscar in looking for that hook shot wall dive. No tower here to save Caps, as Fnatic can now turn their attentions towards the Baron.
And I think they should. Skumon is desperately trying to heal up. He will have a smite available to try and flash in and steal it, but I don't know if they'll even try.
BB has the TP, but nowhere really to go apart from that top lane tri-bush. Skumon has the flash. They have no vision in the pit right now. Skumon puts a pillar down. Won't get in range to flash. Fnatic secure the prize.
And it's G2 that starts it, but Fnatic that gets it. Arsakan is still up and available. Ambessa TP is still down. It's actually a visual bug. She doesn't have it. But here the pick onto Mickey-Axe was really nice. But I think they maybe overestimated how much damage they actually did, because the Baron didn't go down as fast as it could, or they wanted, and it didn't really turn properly as well. Here we have 2 options. Either you finish it or you turn. But I feel like G did something kind of in between. Labro steps out to try to turn, but the Ambessa ult doesn't connect, and Razork lives for so long, so he's actually able to flash out.
Humanoid connecting that shockwave also, I think, made G2 very indecisive.
Oh, Razork caught out here. In the midst of 5 members of G2, he tries to step forward, public execution onto Humanoid as well, who has no flash. Hansama dives in with the killer instinct and dodges the shockwave. He orders the minions though. There's the hero's entrance coming out. Hansama rooted for the moment as Mickey landed a good pop. Blossom back in, but the Zenith played onto him. LeBron's still alive. Upset opening up with the big guns. Looking for those resets. Oscar in on the flank. Humanoid Upset and Oscar feel they can take this 3v5. Oscar with a tactical sweep. G2 with a tactical retreat. And they'll get out with 2 kills.
Oh, and Fnatic looks like they really want to chase it, but in the end they know they can't because of all the CC. Really good pick onto Razork there, and the public execution onto Humanoid really makes all of Fnatic kind of defend to help him. But the fact is that Mickey-Axe ult, while it looked nice, didn't really do any damage.
I just feel that Humanoid doesn't do any damage. Like, Broken Blade, how much magic resistance does he have right now? He's at 59 MR. He got hit by a shockwave, and it did what, like 200, 300 damage to him? I feel like he needs more damage for these fights to be more Fnatic favored.
I mean, even including his Dark Seal, every single item Humanoid has bought is a defensive item, technically. Yeah. They all either have some kind of defensive stat or component to them. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the Bloodlust Curse, as I said. I think the interaction just doesn't really favor Orianna's kit, and I would love to have seen a Void Step there instead.
And then also, it basically just puts all the responsibility on Upset. If he is not free hitting, then I just feel like Fnatic's composition doesn't have damage. And in the front to back, as we've seen multiple times now, G2 win every time. Skumon means that Razork doesn't have a frontline. He's got a 2-level lead over Razork now.
Yeah. And crucially now, Broken Blade has picked up the Cerulea's Grudge, and when he gets level 16 and Cerulea's Grudge, because of how much armor pen you get from the Ambessa ult passive, he will just shred anyone that gets into his face. So I really, really worry for Fnatic, and I really think they need to find those key ultimates from Mickey and Razork to lock down one person really fast.
Credit to Fnatic for getting Oscar Winning back in the game, though. He's only 400 gold behind in that top lane, has 2 items complete with the Merc Treads as well. 3 items on Humanoid, 3 items on Upset. Like, if Upset does get the time to free hit, he is going to absolutely melt through G2.
Look at Razork, by the
Pillar
way.
down.
No, it's Mickey. Look at Mickey on... Oh, never mind. It was a W. I'm getting baited.
Oh, Glacial Prison going through the uprights. G2 will use that as their opportunity to gain control of the river. There's the ball. Command attack in the middle of them. They walk to the side of it. Judiciously, you have to feel. It's all a game of cat and mouse, of baiting in, of playing around vision. Broken Blade gets a slow on Razork with the Solar Flare, only gets a clip onto the edge of the Sejuani. Drake down to 9,000. Mickey with the Pop Blossom lands it onto 4. Oscar in diving in as well, but there's a public execution on the backline with the Hero's Entrance following up. Hansama dives on, and Razzle goes down. So does Upset, and G2 have found the fight they've been looking for all series long. Skewmon, though, will die to Humanoid, trying to chase a little bit too far. Mickey trying to escape here as well, but he's still got quite a health bar to work with. Caps on the flank. It looks like it will just be the Dragon for G2. Is Mickey gonna look for more? There's double TP.
I mean, what options does he really have? The Dragon's gonna go down. I mean, he's in enemy territory, and I do not think that there is any way that he can escape to. That's going to be another kill over to G2, who in these team fights just seem to be having a much easier time. Even though the ulti goes wide, it was a good engage from Mickey, but it doesn't quite pan.
Yeah, eyes are broken mid here. Threads the needle, lands the public execution on the Upset, together with the Kai'Sa and the Galio. It all culminates with a massive execution assassination on the Upset, and he can't out-attack. Your Fed Tristana can't land a single out-attack in this team fight, and you actually don't have any damage left. This is the problem when one of your carriers itemizes fully defensive. If you just focus down the other person, it's hard for Humanoid to really carry that burden. Usually, if all of GT would dive that Tristana, the Orianna would be so powerful to kind of clean up the fight.
I also think that G2's composition, it's a very fast engage from multiple angles. Leona, the Trundle, the Ambessa. Oh, hang on, Caps.
Caps the one being engaged on right now. Permafrost needs one more auto. Shockwave will cat him back. There's the stun follow-up. Oscar coming across the wall. The Zonya's used by Caps. TP coming in from Broken Blade as well as G2. Look to save their mid laner and will do so. Still have yet to crack this mid lane tier 1.
They get the TP out from Broken Blade, so at least a small advantage gained along with the flash. Caps in a... we didn't quite get to see the setup, so he was in a very awkward position. Ultimately, though, doesn't really result in a huge amount. This goal difference, I feel like it's very deceptive. Fnatic is not in the lead right now. All of it is basically sitting on Humanoid, and with a 3.7k gold leads, like, if you look in the context of the map, Skewmon is just way stronger than that of Razork. He's a super effective front line. He's built up more than enough resistances now to be able to at least weather the initial engage that will come through. And I feel like Fnatic need to turn their attention to side lanes, leverage Oscar trying to find picks to create a numbers advantage, and G2 are just limiting his options.
And just look at the inventory of G2. Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads. They know that the way they lose team fights is by getting locked down by these big CC ultimates of the Mickey X and the Razork. And I think they really nice itemization. They're really showing that they understand that they really need to kind of get out of these chains early, or they will just get fallen.
Hans Summer's cleanse. It shows us up on the HUD, but I'm pretty sure it has about 20 seconds left before it will come off cooldown. G2 waiting for it. Looking for the engage, perhaps, as Mickey's hit with the Solar Flare. Public execution for the follow-up. Mickey chunked out a little bit, but no real damage coming out from the rest of G2. They'll use a couple of ultimates for it, and we'll be able to walk away through the frozen domain. Caps was in the area in case a hero was needed to enter the fray, but unrequired for the moment.
It does seem like Oscarinen is constantly pushing out bot lane, though. It seems like he actually has control.
They're starting Baron.
I mean, Upset and Razork doing it. No real vision here for G2. Now with the control ward in the pit, they will see that this has been begun. Broken Blade looking for Humanoid. Upset takes his attention away from the Baron and instead towards the members of G2. Mickey looking for that flank, has a control ward behind the pit here, and they need to spot him out. Pop Blossom onto 2 heroes. Entrance coming out as well, and there's no real follow-up from the Pop Blossom. Oscarinen dived in with Hexagon Maiden, but he's dived into his demise as G2 find 1. Fnatic peel off the Baron and try and get away with their lives, and they'll manage to do so. Razork on the wrong side of the wall, but he escapes. Mickey sending a clone in to spot G2 on the Baron, and once again this game, the team that starts the Baron does not secure it.
I mean, that felt so indecisive from Fnatic. when Mickey ulted, to me, that was their avenue to finish the Baron. That's what they wanted to use it for. And then they turned to fight. And the moment the Galio ultimate arrived, they then immediately disengage from the fight and they leave Oscar just out to dry.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with their comp right now is that even if Mickey X lands a great ult, they don't really have the tools to follow up on that. So they kind of need to kind of change how they view that Nico ult. And as you rightfully said, I think it was a great ult by Mickey if they wanted to get that Baron, but now I really feel like maybe Oscar went in too deep and they could have just re-engaged together in their jungle. But the fact that they went in so deep now, it just turned into a disaster.
Yeah, it's also, Pop Blossom came in when the Baron was at 7,000 HP. Like, it doesn't buy you that much time often, right? Maybe
if it keeps Trundle out,
yeah,
it's kind of enough.
It's possible
so
you could have done it quickly enough. Yeah.
But I get your point. It's really, it's always going to be a split call to make in the situations, and especially when the pressure is on right now, that's when these mistakes happen. This is when you make those small errors in judgment, and I think right now Fnatic made a crucial one.
G2 setting up towards this Drake will be sold for them. Up in 8 seconds time. Fnatic trying to gain control over that mid lane wave, but G2 have control over the river. A spot in the winners match on the line. Possibility of a ticket not only to the finals but to MSI as the public execution goes on to Humanoid. There's the hero's entrance to follow up, and Broken Blade able to dodge away for the moment, but Mickey, Razork and Humanoid all able to escape. Upset, untouched, unscathed so far in this fight. Mickey dies to the Void Seeker. Oscar on the chase onto Skumond as well. Might continue to go in. Upset jumping forward. Caps on the prop, looking for the flank themselves. Justice punch away. Upset still has his ultimate, has flash, has cleanse. There's all the tools at his disposal to really turn around a team fight. TP towards the bot side from Caps.
G2's just dancing around Fnatic right now. Razork, he's looking, he goes in.
He goes in as soon as he sees Caps flying across his head. Broken Blade, though, kills off Razork, and Hansama cleans up the rest. He'll find 3. G2 with the Baron buff, but looking not at the Drake, but at the Nexus.
And it's G2 that comes out on top in this series. They constantly find these late-game teamfights, game after game. They just show that individually they weave around these zones of control, and they just use their spells in a better way than Fnatic.
A 10-1-5 performance from Hansama. The carry comes up clutch once more as they set their sights on the Nexus.
It's a tale as old of time. You can change the words, but you can't change the story. G2 defeat Fnatic.
And you gotta be really critical if you're Fnatic right now. You gotta feel really bad about this, because I think they really came in and expected to do better. But there is a lower bracket round. Their season doesn't end here, and they still need to bounce back, because we know Fnatic is a team that can be at their very best, but right now they just haven't really found their footing against G2.
But this is also why G2 as an organization always get given the benefit of the doubt, because when playoffs rolls around, their players step up. And while their solo laners received so much criticism during the regular season, they popped off in today's series. And I mean, Lebrov, I think overall had a fantastic series. That so many members really stepped up individually. When the cohesion in game 1 seemed off, in the rest of the series, they really did step up.
Yeah, you can vote for 3 of those players in your Kia player of the series. Vote at X, Broken Blade, Caps, and Hansama are your options.
I do think Hansama will end up getting it.
Yeah.
Just because of how crucial he was in particular in games 2 and 4, and then in 3, the fact that he was put so far behind, and then at the very end, he had that great play where he was able to kill 2 and still live.
Yeah.
But huge credit to the team. They bounced back, and yeah, I think Fnatic fans find themselves in a situation where it's so frustrating because they want to be excited about the team, but then when they need to step up in these moments when they're playing against their rival, they just can't quite get it over the finish line.
It's just happened for 9 years. How many? 7 years. 7 years.
I mean, what's crazy is Fnatic has beaten G2 in upper brackets before.
Yeah.
I mean, even last year, they met them in the final. It was just getting back there. That's the finals is often where they fall short, but
often a struggle. The question is, will they be able to bounce back up through that upper bracket? But that's enough about Fnatic for now. Let's hand it over to Ginny, who is standing by with Caps to talk about G2's exceptional start to playoffs.
Gonna give the fans their moments. They've been very loud for you guys today.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome, honestly. Thank you guys so much.
So let's start off the discussion after game one. How did that go? Because it looked like Fnatic was locked in and you guys maybe not so much. So what was said during that time?
I mean, I think the game one was a bit of a disaster for sure. Like, I think like Amon, they drafted in a way that caught us off a little bit off guard, but also the game was going very well. At least for me, I was feeling very strong, building a bit of lead, but then I just jumped in very deep on bot, and it was a bit too deep, and then it happened a few more times. So I think if I didn't push it a bit too far, then we would have been able to snowball the game well.
Just a little bit of limit testing, right? It happens. Either way, you're able to close out the series, and it was quite a dominant performance in game 3, game 2, game 4. So when it comes to going up against Fnatic, the rivalry that we've seen time and time again, you said it was going to be a little bit personal against Mickey. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely liked going mid or like bot whenever I was, and I think especially before the series, we had the interview, made it more fun as well. Of course, he said that they would do a reverse sweep on us.
Yes.
So as soon as we lost the first game, I knew it's over. You know, their strategy has failed.
You know what? You guys did the reverse sweep instead, I guess, in that perspective. It feels like as well when we're looking at the drafts this time around from G2, it didn't feel as creative as you promised us it would be. So what's going on there?
I mean, we didn't go game 5, right? So maybe
so we have to wait for game 5 to see it?
We have to wait for game 5.
Who do you think is going to be able to take you guys to game 5?
Well, I would hope K-Corp. I think K-Corp has been playing very well, and I would love to beat them. And in a game 5 would just make it even more fun.
Do you think you're most likely to be going up against them on the Monday?
I'm definitely hoping that they will come for us. I don't know how Koi will do exactly, but we've lost a lot of games now to K-Corp, both in the final last split, but also in France. So we really want to beat them, and I hope we get to do that on Monday.
I mean, it was a good start here today against Fnatic. It feels like the fundamentals and just the G2 that we were used to seeing specifically last year is back, right? And Monday is also a very important day because, again, winning that matchup means you're punching your ticket straight to MSI. Would that add a little bit more pressure onto that game for you guys?
I don't think so. I think for us, at least for me, I can speak that I definitely want to win the split, right? And I think going to MSI, I mean, obviously I also want to go to MSI, but I think going through and winning the split is the main priority. And I think we get a great chance of, I think we make the final right if we win on Monday. I think so. So it's a great start, and we will look to take it.
How do you think, what do you think is the most important thing to focus on from the side of G2 to be able to go to MSI straight and to win on Monday?
Picking Sack, I guess, is a good start. But aside from the draft, I think we definitely just wanted to be a bit more decisive. I think a lot of our games this year have just been a bit slow, and we felt very hesitant to go in. I think today maybe we went in a bit too much, too aggressive at times, but we actually just went for every fight we saw, and I think we'll keep that up.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing this new philosophy that you guys have to the game. Thank you, and once again, congratulations on your win. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Shox and BB, because G2 still has to fight for that golden ticket for MSI on Monday. Aphio, take it away.
They sure do, Ginny. Thank you for setting us up so wonderfully. I'm here with Goldberg and with Broken Blade after G2 win their very first match in the playoffs. Let's go. How's the levels, the playoff level? What went wrong? Lay it all on us.
Yeah, the hard question.
On.
I mean, what went wrong? Not much, honestly, today, because I mean that's a question you have to ask Fnatic. But yeah, I mean, I'm very happy it was a banger series to play. Especially the last game was some crazy team fights. I feel like we haven't even had a team fight where no one was talking because no one was knowing what was going on in the fight. That was actually the last fight. It was pretty cool stuff. You don't get to play these kind of games a lot, so it's very cool.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch, we gotta say.
No, honestly, and I think massive step up in your performance as well, PP. You know, there's been some All-Pros. You're not there. So, I mean, with the performance you're busting out today, I mean, has that just been you after the KC series just putting in enough work throughout that little break you had here to really display the performance today?
I mean, honestly, looking back at the splits, I obviously didn't have the greatest performance, I would say, if I'm being very honest. Usually I'm very optimistic, but sometimes you just have to reflect. And I feel like the All-Pro voting, usually I don't care about this stuff. Obviously I care if I'm not in it, but I feel like it was justified. So I had to put in more extra work, you know, and I have the privilege to get a lot of help from my staff and my teammates. They are very talented and just good. And I feel like I just flipped on the switch, you know. And the switch is on right now, and I would like to see who can stop it. But obviously, it's just one series so far. We will probably play against a very strong opponent next. My prediction is KC, but
fair enough.
But I'm obviously open to any opponent.
Yeah, you had a great series. It has to be said. It also has to be said, I think, if we're going to be seeing Fnatic again, which we will because they're dropping down to the lower bracket. Oh, Oscar had a rough one.
Yeah, I think today has really just been a matchup between two sides of the different maps. We saw that, like, quite often Fnatic's bot lane was ahead. It was Upset that had, like, even just the Kalista game I remember back to with so many highlight performances that made the game very difficult to play from that bot side. But also that's really where you shine today. And yeah, Oscar had a bad series, but I also want to look at it the other way and really credit BB in that regard where he was just better in pretty much every single game today.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both, to be honest with you. But where you say that there was a heavy point for Fnatic in the bot lane, I will say I agree specifically when it came down to the early games, but you can kiss your both hands for Hans Mama in the bot lane. He's also our player of the series. He was very clutch today, wasn't he, BB? Were you surprised?
No. Like the Xayah game, the early game was looking very rough, but he really made up for it. I actually didn't see the last fight where he clutched it. I just heard like a lot of stuff. I had to focus on the ending. But I'm very proud. I think being able to be clutch in like these kind of games, especially in playoffs, is just such a unique skill and important skill to have, especially if you want to make it far in the whole league and internationally, right? So
is that something? Is that something you feel like you can fall back on now, like confidently? The fact that you can all clutch when you need to. I feel like that's something that you have to work on with new team synergy, but do you kind of feel like in any situation you could really turn it around now? More than before?
I mean, I feel like a lot what we have learned throughout this split especially is confidence. If you look at the stuff with confidence, things just sound like you are in control, right? And we had a lot of games where we were just not confident enough, and then the plays already feel bad, even if they are good sometimes, if that makes sense. And if the play is bad and you are still confident, it will look better than if you were not confident beforehand, right? Because you're going to doubt yourself. And for us, this has been a very, very big factor, and Hans has been very strong about this as well. But the confidence thing, some people know he does like the self-talk stuff, you know, and today he did what he was thinking, right, in his head before the game, so... Very happy about that.
He shows us, he doesn't tell us. I like that's a really interesting point because I think even us as noobs, we know, I mean, me at least, I know exactly what you mean. Like when you're already going into a play with low confidence, even though it's actually the correct play on timers, on item, whatever, it's just not going to work out. And I feel like a lot of teams suffer from that as well. So I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just confidence can turn into overconfidence very quickly. We saw that with Razork on the Pantheon earlier today as well. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know. And I think, but it is one of those things that even if everything's not going well, sometimes it's better also just being delusional and telling yourself you have confidence and just going forward.
Speaking of being delusional, this is what GB said after game one.
Self-aware. Believe in them now. Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons and they will be able to beat G2 this time around. I think they're the favorites coming into this. I think they're going to continue to play extremely well against G2. I don't think they're going to throw. I think they're going to have mastered their Aracans. I think the early rotations that I'm seeing around Grobs as well have been phenomenal. You can clearly see the effect that Doffmanning is bringing to this team. And I also just think that when you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do in this game too.
Now the Grand Star ball for the chase of the Skumon, but Razor's gone way too deep, way too fast, the Ancients Assault! Once again, there's the charm as well onto Razor. Glebov falling low, hostile takeover coming out from Glebov. Survives for a long time, but in the end, Upset takes him down. And the TP in from Broken Blade slams Fnatic against the wall. Chooses the counter-strike as well for the 3-man stun. The quickness, the charm, the Tibbers! Apparently they can walk through it. Upset's dashing away. Cosmic Radiance coming out of Mickey. Comes down just in time to make him invulnerable. Skumon looking for a little bit more damage. Hans Summer has the Featherstorm in the flash here, and is keeping Razor busy. Hans Summer gets one! Hans Summer gets two!
Razork, he's looking, he goes in.
He goes in as soon as he sees Caps flying across his head. Broken Blade, though, kills off Razork, and Hansama cleans up the rest. He'll find 3. G2 with the Baron buff, but looking not at the Drake, but at the Nexus.
Listen, this is okay. This is having future sight. We planned this in game 1, all right? The payoff is here. I'm just saying, it was pretty impressive.
Why is the payoff here, though?
Because we made a funny segment and we got a funny video.
No,
and that's what it's all about.
Because this is the crux of the issue, right? We came into this thinking that this could very well be the day for Fnatic to beat G2 in a best of 5, right? Because I think they've looked better in the regular split. I think, why are you laughing at me already? I think that there is a lot of things they've done a lot better than they have, maybe even in the year before, maybe even in winter. It kind of felt like it. They also beat you in Madrid, right? So, like, I don't know, am I wrong to think that this was the day? Apparently, we were all fools, Broken Blade.
This was definitely their day, I have to say. I think this was their best chance.
Oh,
like,
to
obviously
beat you
looking...
To beat you think also?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because obviously we're not coming from a strong position, right? Especially from the regular season, as you said. I do think they looked stronger. They had good map openings usually and stuff like this. I do want to give my team credit, though, for stepping up, because we know what we want to achieve and we know what we need to do and what we showed, which just wasn't enough. So we acknowledge this and we put the work, and I'm very proud of every single one in the team. I hope we can take this even further and show great performance against KC, because that's the team we also didn't beat yet. And they are looking very strong. And this is our next goal. Obviously, if KC loses to Matt, then Mad Lions will be our next goal. And we just had a very, very big wake-up call from all the teams in the league. And we are here to take it. We don't want to give away another chance of not winning it. And I'm just proud of my team.
Yeah, I love it. We also saw it in a quote that you gave to Armand, I think. The fact that you said, like, what are we going to do? Cry about the losses? No, we're just going to try to beat Fnatic and KC next time. As we get the bracket up, though, I think it's fair that you say, oh, KC will probably be the team. I mean, they were great in the regular season. They're going for the back-to-back. Yeah, what do you think, Goldberg? Because they are, I want to say, quite heavy favorites in this one. For MKOI, it's not that they can't beat them, right? It's like, what are the things that they have to step up for in order to beat them here in the best of 5?
Oh, yeah, I think that's so interesting. I think it really has to come down. Actually, I think it's so interesting because when you're looking at the roles, I think Mirren versus Kana, such an interesting matchup in its own right, but I still think Kana has an edge there. When I'm looking at the mid lane, it's Vladdy as well. I think you really have to contain this top side of the map, and more specifically, and probably the most crucial one, Yike's early game, I think, has been such an engine for KC. Like, if you can shut him down, it's shown that they're not functioning as well as they should. And I think if you can get Aljoya back into that prime position, that's where you set MKOI up for success.
Okay, we'll see. We already know who BB thinks it's going to be on Monday. Also, there's something behind the couch. You can't have it yet.
It was a little teaser.
You can't have it yet, but maybe you can get it on Monday.
Nice.
The golden ticket.
Looking forward.
Yeah. Because usually at this point in the year, you're like, oh God, we're a little bit tired. Like, we had to go to whatever, you know, going to MSI, we won the splits, blah, blah, blah. It's different now. Now you're like, please, send us there.
I want the golden ticket, especially because we didn't get to go to the first stand tournament.
First stand.
So I'm a bit jealous of KC for going. And it would be nice to go there.
Yeah, Canada. Sounds fun, honestly. So that's it from us today. Speaking of Canada, or like that side of things. LTA North, the playoffs are on there, so you can watch FlyQuest taking on Shopify Rebellion. And we'll be back tomorrow for our match of the week, MKOI versus KC.
Dude, I can't wait for this towel reskin.
What?
What? She will have only a towel.
What? See now, Mickey, no flash available for him.
Chain Corruption is going to land. Caps there for the chase as well, and Mickey's down. Hansama gets G2's first of the game.
He can't do anything. Yeah. There we go. On our side.
Yeah, Alice on the flash.
Yeah, nice.
Look at the Kali. I can block.
Yeah, kill him.
Boom.
The upset dashing forward, and Caps still has a spear of us to spare. Razor flashes in an upset.
There is no flash. Nice, huge. I'm going more flash. Nice. Oh my god, nice. Mid and dash.
Upset flashes forward. The face call will be enough with the rend. Flash away from the bot, but the follow-up from Mickey.
Wait, no flash as well.
Chill out. Oscar really struggling in this match, and as Lebrov shows up, probably will be the kill.
With point. Hexagon made him trying to get away, but the shield of Daybreak won't be enough for the stun. And there's Broken Blade's second of the game.
Okay, I got the trundle, guys. I can ulti the
Lönas it. I can learn.
No flash, sorry. Chase Solly. It's good. Hey, Nico flash. Help me.
No, fuck Drake. We can fight.
Yeah,
they're going on you.
I flash. Tristana. Nice! Why not? Bottom. Let's go!
Good job, guys.
Good job.
Flash fucking plays.
Nice!
He thought he could kill me. He could kill the Troll King, bro. He doesn't know, bro.
Man, nice run.
Nice, guys.
Nice.